Thomas and Friends, Animals Everywhere. Based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Awdry, illustrated by Richard Courtney. The circus is coming to town. Thomas is excited. There is a big striped tent. There is cotton candy, and there are lots and lots of animals. One monkey even plays music. Thomas wants to be a part of the circus. Engines cannot join the circus, says James. A girl drops her ice cream. A man from the circus helps her. The monkey takes the man's keys. The monkey unlocks the circus cars. The animals climb out. The children go into the tent. They clap, they cheer, but the show does not begin. A clown runs out of the tent. He is upset. The animals are missing. Thomas does not want the children to miss the circus. Peep, peep, I will find them, says Thomas. The ticket man connects Thomas to the circus cars. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, Thomas puffs down the track. Animals are everywhere. Thomas finds a lion. He is leaping over a lawn chair. Thomas finds an elephant. She is bouncing a ball. Thomas finds a bear. He is riding a boy's bike. Thomas finds two seals. They are splashing in the town pool. Where is the monkey? Thomas looks and looks. Finally, Thomas finds the monkey. He is juggling dishes. Crash, clang, smash, bang! Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, Thomas drives the animals back. Thank you, says the ticket man. You saved the circus. The monkey gives Thomas his silly hat. The clown gives Thomas a red nose. I was wrong, says James. You are a circus engine. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Thomas and the Big, Big Bridge. Illustrated by Tom Lapadula and Paul Lopez. It was a special day for the railway. We are here to launch the new rail line through the mountains of Sodor, Sir Topham Hatt announced. Today we open the Big, Big Bridge. What wonderful news! Everyone cheered. The mountains were beautiful. The people of Sodor couldn't wait to visit them. Everyone wanted to see the Big, Big Bridge. It had towers so high, the tops touched the sky, and the valley beneath was so deep that when you were on the Big, Big Bridge, you could barely see the ground. Thomas was excited about the new rail line. This really is a special day, he said happily. Then Henry chugged up to Thomas. The big engine frowned. Thomas and Henry chugged to the platform. Gordon, the express engine, was already there. His coaches were full of passengers. Annie and Clarabelle were soon hitched behind Thomas. Hurry, hurry, they called. All aboard, cried the conductor. Sir Topham Hatt turned to the crowd and waved his hat one last time. Toot toot, Gordon whistled. Follow me. In a burst of steam, the big blue engine was off. At the foot of the mountain, Henry slowed to a crawl. These mountains are much too high, he moaned. I can't go. I'm afraid of heights. Don't be silly, said Thomas bravely. I'll be right here behind you. But Henry didn't budge. He was very nervous, and that made Thomas nervous too. Come on, Thomas gently pushed Henry. We have to go. The brand new tracks were smooth and shiny, but Henry barely moved along them. The truth was, Henry didn't want to reach the top of the mountain because then he'd have to cross the big, big bridge. If Percy and James and Henry are all afraid, thought Thomas, maybe I should be frightened too. Finally, Thomas and Henry arrived at the top of the mountain. There it was, the big, big bridge. And it was high. It was windy up there too, very windy. I won't go, Henry declared. But we have to cross, Thomas said bravely. Our passengers want to see the mountains on the other side. Hurry, hurry, Annie and Clarabelle cried. The coaches were so excited that Thomas had trouble keeping them in line. Thomas searched the tracks ahead. Gordon was nowhere to be seen. He had already crossed the bridge and rolled into the mountains beyond. Thomas and Henry were alone. I'll go first, Thomas said at last. Then you can follow me, Henry. If the wind blows, close your eyes, Henry said. That way you won't see anything scary. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Thomas began to cross the bridge. Thomas looked up. He could see cottony clouds touching the top of the bridge. Nervously, he looked down, but the bridge was so high he couldn't see the ground. A sudden gust of wind shook the bridge. This scared Thomas, and he closed his eyes so tightly that he couldn't see where he was going. Click, clack, click, clack, click, crash! Thomas came to a sudden stop. He opened one eye for a quick peek. Oh no, he cried. His wheels were off the track. Are you all right, Thomas? Called Henry. I'm stuck, Thomas said glumly. I couldn't see where I was going and my front wheels have jumped the track. Just then, Gordon returned. He frowned when he saw Thomas stuck in the middle of the bridge. Go find Harold, Gordon called to Henry. Relieved, Henry backed down the mountain to find the helicopter. Thomas kept his eyes closed. He was too afraid to look. But inside his coaches, the passengers enjoyed the wonderful view. Finally, Thomas heard the whirl of rotors. Harold was here to rescue him. Slowly, Thomas opened his eyes. He looked at the blue sky above and the green mountains all around. What a lovely view, he exclaimed. I was silly to shut my eyes. I almost missed everything. Hitch the rope to your buffer and hold on, Harold cried. In no time at all, Harold had lifted Thomas back onto the tracks. Thomas backed up to where Henry waited. Come on, Henry, said Thomas. The view is spectacular. I should never have been afraid. With that, Thomas turned and chugged happily across the big, big bridge. Henry watched in wonder. If he's not afraid, maybe I shouldn't be either, Henry decided. Slowly the big green engine made his way across the bridge too. Soon Thomas and Henry arrived at the station house. The mountains were really lovely. Everyone was happy to have seen them. But Thomas was the happiest one of all. He was proud that he had crossed the big, big bridge. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Thomas at the animal park. Thomas goes to the animal park and steams through it from sunrise till dark. First, he sees a big croc lying out on a rock. It opens one eye to stare. It looks like a horse at first sight, but the zebra is striped black and white. The long-necked giraffe makes everyone laugh. Don't feed him, it wouldn't be right. The elephants wander around. Their giant gray feet shake the ground. They eat nuts from a bag while the monkeys play tag. Their trunks make a loud trumpet sound. In the daytime, the lions all sleep. Don't wake them, do not make a peep. Look, pandas, koalas, kangaroos, and impalas, gnus, camels, and fat woolly sheep. The animal park's fun to share. No other place can compare. The visitors had fun. Home they go, one by one. Maybe next time they'll see you there. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. When Penny Met POTUS by Rachel Ruiz, illustrated by Melissa Manuel. Today is going to be Penny's best day ever. Why? Because today she's going to work with her mom. Penny's mom has a very important job at a big white house. Her boss's name is POTUS. Isn't that a funny name? You say it like this, POTUS, POTUS. Silly, right? Penny hasn't met POTUS yet, but she imagines what he might look like. Penny knows POTUS must be really special because he has his own team of Secret Service agents. They protect POTUS anytime, any place, even in outer space. POTUS also has his own airplane to take him wherever he needs to go, and a personal chef to make him delicious POTUS sandwiches. Penny practices what she will say if she ever gets to meet POTUS. Your Majesty, it is an honor. POTUS will invite her back to his house. They will have a tea party. POTUS will ask Penny to help with some important work. It will be amazing. As soon as they arrive at her mom's office, Penny asks, "When can I meet POTUS?" "Maybe later," her mom says. "I have to make a few calls first." Penny tries to be patient, but she simply can't wait another minute. She tiptoes out of her mom's office and sets out to find POTUS on her own. The big White House is bustling with busy people going about their work. Maybe one of them can help Penny find POTUS. Excuse me, sir, Penny says. Have you seen POTUS? The man shakes his head. Not since I brought in the morning paper and coffee. Excuse me, ma'am, Penny says. Have you seen POTUS? The woman shakes her head. Not since yesterday. POTUS likes to sit here and smell the roses. Excuse me, ma'am, Penny says. Have you seen POTUS? As a matter of fact, the woman says, I have. You have? Penny asks. Where? Penny, there you are, her mom says. I've been looking for you everywhere. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to make you worry. I just wanted to find POTUS, Penny explains. Looks like you found her. Penny looks at the woman. You're POTUS? The woman nods, smiling. POTUS is a nickname people use for me, she says. It stands for President of the United States. You're the president? Penny asks. But you're a... That's right, I'm a... human, Penny says. She feels a little disappointed. But that disappointment turns into excitement when Penny realizes that the POTUS is a lot like her. In fact, it gets her thinking. Penny for POTUS? She sure likes the sound of that. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. When the Snow Comes by Jonathan Allen. High up in the mountains, Little Yak was looking at the sky. The snow is coming, said Mom. I've never seen snow before, said Little Yak. Little Yak ran down to the stream to tell his friend Pika. The snow is coming, Pika. I know, said Pika. That's why I have been gathering grass to feed me through the cold winter. Do yaks gather grass to eat in the winter? Asked Little Yak. I don't think so, said Pika. Then Little Yak saw his friend Blue Thrush. Guess what? He said. The snow is coming. You're right, Little Yak, said Blue Thrush. That's why I'm flying off to my warm winter home. Do yaks have a warm winter home? Asked Little Yak. I don't think so, said Blue Thrush. Little Yak's friend, Brown Bear, came lumbering by. Hello, Brown Bear, said Little Yak. Do you know the snow is coming? I do, Little Yak, said Brown Bear. That's why I've been eating all summer to put on enough fat for my long winter sleep. Do yaks have a long winter sleep? I don't think so, said Brown Bear. Little Yak ran back to his mom. Mom, said Little Yak, when the snow comes, do yaks gather lots of grass to feed them through the winter like Pika? No, Little Yak, said Mom. Do yaks go away to their warm winter home like Blue Thrush? Asked Little Yak. And do they put on lots of fat to last through their long winter sleep? No, Little Yak, said Mom. Well, what do yaks do when the snow comes? Asked Little Yak. We stay right where we are, said Mom. And little yaks snuggle up close to their moms. Look, Mom, "It's really snowing now," cried Little Yak. "Well, you know what to do," said Mom. Little Yak snuggled up close to his mom, and the snow fell all around them. "Yaks are lucky when the snow comes," Little Yak said to his mom. "Why are we lucky, Little Yak?" asked Mom. "While all the other animals are sleeping or hiding or have gone away," said Little Yak, "yaks get to see the beautiful snow." Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. St. Patrick's Day by Gail Gibbons. St. Patrick's Day is celebrated each year on March 17th. This holiday is celebrated by the Irish and other people in many parts of the world. They honor St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland. St. Patrick lived many years ago. He was born in Britain around the year 380 and raised in a Christian family. His parents didn't name him Patrick. Some people believe his name was Maewyn. While still a boy, he was kidnapped and brought to Ireland, where he was made a slave. His captors forced him to herd sheep. He prayed that God would help him. 6 years later, he escaped. After finally arriving back in Britain, he lived quietly, thought, and prayed. He realized what he wanted to do. He had dreams of returning to Ireland to teach the people about God. He went to France to study religion. In the year 432, the head of the Catholic Church, the Pope, named him Patricius, the Latin name for Patrick. He became a priest and then a bishop. At last, Bishop Patrick's dreams came true. He sailed back to Ireland and began preaching. He built churches and schools all over the country. People noticed his kind ways and trusted him. Bishop Patrick spent the rest of his life caring for the Irish people. They loved this kind man. People honor Patrick on March 17th because he died on that date in the year 461. Later, the Catholic Church made him a saint, Saint Patrick. Today, many things are done to celebrate this holiday. People go to church to give thanks to Saint Patrick for his work in Ireland. People have fun too. They dress in green to honor an ancient Irish custom. Hundreds of years ago, the people of Ireland burned branches with green leaves during the month of March and spread the ashes in fields to make them fertile and green. To wear green is to honor Ireland, the Emerald Isle. Decorations are put on doors and windows. Shamrocks appear everywhere. The shamrock is a plant that has 3 leaves and looks like a clover. It is the symbol of St. Patrick as well as of Ireland. Leprechauns are remembered on St. Patrick's Day. Long ago, some Irish folk believed in these little magic creatures. It was thought if you caught a leprechaun, you could make him lead you to a pot of gold. Leprechaun comes from the Old Irish word luchor pan, meaning wee one. People believed they were only as big as your thumb. There is the shillelagh, too. In Ireland many years ago, there was an old oak forest called shillelagh. The Irish liked to own a sprig of shillelagh, a short oak club from the forest. Often people decorate shillelaghs with green ribbons. The harp is one of the oldest musical instruments and has been popular with Irish people since early times. It serves as another St. Patrick's Day decoration. On St. Patrick's Day, people may give cards to their families and friends. People also make cakes, cookies, and goodies to share with others. Some people give flowers. Others wear green carnations or pin shamrocks to their clothes to celebrate the holiday. There may be St. Patrick's Day plays too. Some families and friends have quiet times together in remembrance of St. Patrick. Often there are meals to share. St. Patrick's Day parties are given too. It is fun to sing Irish songs, dance Irish jigs, and play games. In many places, there are St. Patrick's Day parades. Flags flutter in the wind. Pipers and fiddlers play Irish tunes. There are green hats, people in costumes, green banners, lots of green. The first time St. Patrick's Day was celebrated in the United States was in 1737 in Boston. Each year, the Irish and many other people love to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. For many people, it is a day for worship and for celebration, and if you're not Irish, to feel a little bit Irish. Legends about St. Patrick. St. Patrick and the snakes. It is said that St. Patrick got rid of all the snakes in Ireland. By beating his drum, he frightened them into the sea. Today, there are no snakes in Ireland. St. Patrick and the poison. Some people say that a wizard tried to kill St. Patrick by putting poison in his drink. St. Patrick quickly turned it into ice and tossed it from his cup. St. Patrick and his cloak. It is said that St. Patrick had a friend who borrowed his cloak. There was a big fire where the friend was staying, but he was not hurt because he was wearing St. Patrick's cloak. St. Patrick and the shamrock. St. Patrick used the shamrock to explain to people about the Holy Trinity, one God and three divine beings, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Growing at his feet was a shamrock. He used this plant to explain 3 in 1, one stem with 3 leaves. St. Patrick and the fish. Another legend is that each year on March 17th, fish rise from the sea. They pass before St. Patrick's altar in Ireland and then disappear back into the sea. St. Patrick and the sunset. It is said that the sun didn't set when St. Patrick died and that it shone in the sky for 12 days and nights. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Superheroes Are Everywhere by Kamala Harris, illustrated by Michael Renee Rowe. Faster than a rocket ship, stronger than a tidal wave, braver than a lion. Superheroes always make the world better, no matter what goes wrong. Whenever there's trouble, superheroes show up just in time. When I was a kid, I was sure that superheroes were everywhere, blending in with regular people, ready to do good at a moment's notice. I was determined to find them. So, I started my superhero search right at home. Heroes make you feel special. It didn't take too long to find one. I noticed my mom had a magic touch. Her hugs made me feel warm, safe, and even strong. She knew I loved good food, so she taught me her secret recipes, and we'd create huge, delicious meals together for our friends and family. I even cooked some of the dishes all by myself. "See, Kamala," my mom would say, "you can do anything if you put your heart in it and try hard. Anything in the world." My mom was a superhero because she made me feel special. She believed in me, and that helped me believe I could do anything. Who makes you feel special? Heroes are people you can count on. My sister Maya and I did everything together. Ballet class, piano lessons, bike riding, and board games. I knew that if I ever needed her, she'd be there. One half of our dynamic duo. When we felt sad, my mom would throw us an unbirthday party, so we'd feel better. Together we'd eat unbirthday cake, open unbirthday presents, and dance around the living room. Maya was always by my side. My sister was a superhero because she was someone I could count on. Who can you count on? Heroes make you feel brave. I kept searching for superheroes in other parts of my family. My dad wanted me to be fearless. Whenever we were at the park, he'd let go of my hand and call out, "Run, Kamala, run!" And I'd run as far as I could for as long as I could. My dad was a superhero because he made me feel brave. Who makes you feel brave? Heroes stand up for what's right. My grandmother was one of the smartest people I've ever met, and she used her smarts and her voice to speak out for women who were being hurt and to teach them how to stay healthy. My grandfather used his voice to make India a free country. All of my grandparents in India and in Jamaica were superheroes for standing up for what's right. Who stands up for what's right in your life? Heroes are best friends. My best friends and I cared about each other. When I was in kindergarten, I told a boy to stop teasing one of my best friends, and another time that best friend helped me when I fell on the playground. We all wanted to feel safe at school. My best friends were superheroes because they made one another feel safe. Who are your best friends? Heroes are teachers. I loved my first grade teacher, Mrs. Wilson. She taught us about plants and flowers, sang songs with us from cultures around the world, and revealed how tadpoles turned into frogs. Teachers like Mrs. Wilson are superheroes because they showed us the whole wide world and helped us chase our dreams. Who are your favorite teachers? When I looked, I found a superhero right down my street. Mrs. Shelton was our family friend and was like a second mom to me. She watched Maya and me while our mom was at work. We'd gobble up her homemade biscuits, peach cobbler, and gumbo for special occasions, and pile into her car on Sundays for church. Mrs. Shelton treated everyone with love and respect. Her kindness made her a superhero to me. Who is kind to you? Heroes explore with you. Aunt Lenore and I chased fireflies and caught them in jars. Uncle Sherman taught me to play chess. Aunt Mary and I read book after book together, and Uncle Freddie took me to museums where we'd see dazzling artwork. My aunts and uncles, my mom's friends who were part of our family, helped me explore my world and that made them my superheroes. Who helps you explore? Heroes work hard. Even as I got older, I kept searching for superheroes. When it was time for me to go to college, I was excited to go where my Aunt Chris went to study, at Howard University. My grandmother hadn't had the chance to go to college, but she encouraged her kids, my mom and my aunts and uncle, to study hard, and they did. My mom became a scientist. My Uncle Baloo is an economist. My Aunt Sarah Law is a doctor, and my Aunt Chinny works with computers. They were superheroes because they showed me that by working hard, I could be whatever I wanted to be when I grew up. Who do you know who works hard? Heroes protect people. After college, I wanted to become a lawyer, like some of the people I looked up to. Thurgood Marshall, Constance Baker Motley, and Charles Hamilton Houston. They fought in court because they knew that people aren't always treated equally but should be. Like them, I wanted to make sure that the law would protect everyone. These lawyers were superheroes because they protected people by using the power of their words and ideas. Who protects you? Heroes make a difference together. Once I became a lawyer, and then a senator. I worked with all sorts of people to help kids. Even better, I got to know amazing kids who want to make the world a better place. And you know what I learned? Heroes are you. Superheroes are everywhere you look, even inside of you. Are you kind, brave, and curious? Are you a best friend? Do you share? Do you treat people fairly? Do you lend a hand when other people need help? You're a hero by being the very best you. Now that's pretty super. The Hero Code. Do you want to be a superhero? It's easier than you think. The first thing to do is raise your right hand and say the words on the next page out loud. If you want to wear a cape while you do this, you can, but you don't have to. I promise to make people feel special, be someone people can count on, help people be brave, stand up for what's right, be a best friend, be a good teacher, be kind, explore with my friends and family, study and work hard, protect people who need it, make a difference when I can. I promise to be the very best me I can be. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Ten Lucky Leprechauns by Catherine Healing and Deborah Hembrook. Illustrated by J. Johnson. The woods are full of leprechauns and treasures to uncover. Fiddle-dee-fizz, there's magic there is when leprechauns find each other. One leprechaun hears a nosy wee elf who's playing a squawky kazoo. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 2. Two leprechauns find a busy wee elf who's painting an orange spotted tree. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 3. Three leprechauns spy a nimble wee elf who romps on the green forest floor. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 4. 4 leprechauns see a silly wee elf who splats in a belly flop dive. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 5. 5 little leprechauns watch a jolly wee elf who's practicing juggling tricks. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 6. 6 leprechauns spot a speedy wee elf who zooms by. Engines a-revvin', fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 7. 7 leprechauns glimpse a lively wee elf who's balancing on the old gate. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 8. 8 leprechauns view a frisky wee elf who's zipping through the trees on a vine. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 9. 9 leprechauns meet a clever wee elf who's hunting for treasure and then. Fiddle-dee-fizz, 'tis magic it is. It's leprechaun number 10. 10 leprechauns find a big pot of gold at the place where the bright rainbow ends. But fiddle-dee-fizz, the true magic is finding 10 lucky leprechaun friends. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. The Leprechaun in the Basement by Kathy Tucker. Illustrations by John Sanford. O'Leary was a leprechaun. A long time ago, he had come from Ireland, stowed in a trunk. Now he lived in the basement of a house in Chicago. He led a quiet life. Sometimes he read the newspapers in the recycling bin. Most of the time, he just sat by his pot of gold coins, polishing them. He loved his gold. Still, once in a while, he felt a little bored. He thought that when he lived in Ireland, he used to do something else, but he couldn't remember what. Perhaps I'm just getting old, he would say to himself, for although leprechauns never die, they do get older. Michael McKeever was the boy who lived in that house, though he didn't know O'Leary was there. It was St. Patrick's Day. That meant it was almost spring, almost time for baseball season to begin. Michael pulled his last year's baseball shoes from under the bed. He tried them on. His big toes jammed against the ends. The soles had begun to peel away. Michael's heart sank. He couldn't play ball in these shoes, but how could he ask his mom and dad for new ones? For the McKeevers were down on their luck. Michael's dad had lost his job at the computer company, and Michael's mom said they had to make do. Every day, Mr. McKeever searched for another job. At night, he came home looking sad and plunked himself in front of the TV. He never said, "Hey, Mike, let's go out and throw a few," the way he used to. "Michael," his mother called, "could you get my big pot? It's in the basement by the recycling bin." "Sure, Mom." His mother was making her special St. Patrick's Day dinner, corned beef with potatoes and cabbage. She said it might lift his dad's spirits. Michael trudged down into the basement. As he neared the washing machine, he heard a strange noise. Someone was singing. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. Michael peeked around the furnace. There, in the recycling bin, was a tiny old man. He jumped up and stared at Michael. Michael blinked. The little man looked exactly like the pictures of the wee folk he'd seen in a book about Ireland. "Are you a leprechaun?" he asked. O'Leary scowled. He had a bit of a temper. "Well, I'm not from outer space." Michael pointed to a bowl with something sparkling in it. "What's that?" he asked. "My gold, of course." "Michael, I'm waiting," his mother called. "Coming, Ma." Michael grabbed his mother's pot. "I'll be back," he whispered to the leprechaun. "I was afraid of that," muttered O'Leary, because suddenly he knew his life would never be the same again. At supper, Michael's dad just picked at his corned beef and cabbage. Michael could hardly eat either. He couldn't wait to talk to the leprechaun again. But after the dishes were washed, his father went down to the basement to check on the hot water tank, and there was no chance. In bed, Michael couldn't sleep. A leprechaun with a pot of gold! Why, that gold could buy all sorts of things. The hot water tank wasn't working right. His mom's bike was broken, and he needed baseball shoes. He had to have new baseball shoes. A leprechaun in the basement? Maybe their luck was going to change. O'Leary was awake too. He had always liked to sing an Irish song on St. Patrick's Day, but he could see that he had been very foolish. Now a human being knew where he was. Now there would be trouble, for humans wanted just one thing from leprechauns. They wanted gold. The next day, Michael raced home from school. His folks weren't home yet, so the coast was clear. The leprechaun was waiting. "Listen," said Michael, "my dad lost his job, and the hot water tank isn't working, and my mom's bike is broken, and I need baseball shoes." He held out his old shoes. "'Tis a pity," said O'Leary, "but what can I do?" "You could give us some gold." O'Leary sighed. "Could you give up playing baseball?" Michael shook his head. "No way! I love baseball." "Ah, you're a smart lad. Then you understand why leprechauns cannot give up their gold." "But that doesn't make sense. You have so much." "Some things don't make sense," said O'Leary, "and still they are true." "Leprechauns are supposed to be lucky," Michael protested. "I don't know about luck," said O'Leary, his voice rising, "but you're not getting one gold coin." "You're a selfish leprechaun," Michael said angrily. O'Leary stomped his foot. "And you are a greedy human being." Michael stalked upstairs. His father was coming in the door. "Dad, why are we so unlucky?" he blurted out. He wasn't supposed to worry his father, but he couldn't help it. He almost felt like crying. His father stared at him. "I guess you must think you are unlucky with such a gloomy dad." He put his arm around his son. "Listen, when I woke up today, I had the strongest feeling our luck is going to change. It doesn't make sense, but it's true. I know we McKeevers are going to be okay. Now, let's go out and throw a few." Like magic, Michael's spirits lifted. He ran to get his ball. That night in bed, Michael thought about what the leprechaun had said. He didn't want to be a greedy human being. He would make do. Maybe he could tape up the soles, and he reached under the bed for his shoes. Then he remembered he had left them in the basement. In the basement, O'Leary paced back and forth. Was he a selfish leprechaun? He stared at the baseball shoes. The stitching was poorly done. The soles were made of the cheapest leather. He looked for the shoemaker's name, but there was only a tag too worn to read. Sure and begorra, I could have made a better shoe myself, he thought. Why, I was the best cobbler in County Cork. And that was how O'Leary remembered what he used to do in Ireland. The next morning, when Michael McKeever stretched in bed, he felt something heavy on his legs. He sat up. There, on the blanket, was the most beautiful pair of baseball shoes he had ever seen. They were green, with excellent thick soles and good gripping spikes. On the toes were tiny gold shamrocks. And of course, they were very lucky. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. The Leprechaun Under the Bed by Teresa Bateman, illustrated by Paul Measle. Brian O'Shea enjoyed his privacy. "A leprechaun can be alone without being lonely," he liked to say. Indeed, he would know, for he made a snug home beneath the ground in an out-of-the-way spot. But time went on. Big, tall human people moved nearer and nearer, until one day a man named Sean MacDonald started building a stone cottage right overhead. Brian tried leprechaun magic to stop Sean. He made Sean see headless ghosts and even a banshee rising from the foundation stones of his new cottage. But his plan backfired. "It's just like my sainted mother always told me," Sean declared in delight. "The land of Ireland is full of magic and surprises." All too soon, a fine cottage stood over Brian's home, so he built a door under Sean's bed. On moonlit nights, Brian would cobble outside. When it rained, he worked under Sean's bed, deliberately disturbing the man's sleep. Yet, he didn't wish to be discovered. So, if Sean moved, Brian would whisper, "Now, don't you be frettin' your wee little head. It's only the cat under the bed." After a week of restless nights, Sean decided he had to know why he wasn't sleeping well. He went to bed, as usual, but though his eyes were closed, his ears were open. At midnight, the tapping began, and Shaun sat bolt upright. "Now, don't you be frettin' your wee little head. It's only the cat under the bed," he heard from below. "Ah, of course, the cat," Shaun yawned, settling back under the covers. Then his eyes flew open. "I don't have a cat," he thought, "and even if I did, who ever heard of a talking cat?" So, what was under the bed? The answer popped into his head. Shaun smiled. His mother had always said that a leprechaun in the house was a fine piece of luck, luck he couldn't afford to lose. The next morning, Shaun made stirabout for breakfast and placed a bowl of it under the bed for the cat. At lunch, the bowl was empty, so he put in some stew. From that day on, every time he filled his own plate, he added a bit to the bowl under the bed. Shaun was a hard-working man, but his small farm produced barely enough. Times grew hard, and times grew harder, until there came a day when Shaun went to bed with both his stomach and the bowl empty. The next morning, a gold coin gleamed in the middle of the kitchen table. "What a blessing it is to have a cat in the house," he remarked aloud before hurrying out to buy good food. They lived well for weeks on that coin, but soon the cupboard was bare again, and another gold coin appeared. "Consider this a loan," Shaun said, "until times are better. Thank you, cat." But when Shaun went to buy his oatmeal and potatoes, there was more than one eyebrow raised in the village. A poor man might have saved one gold coin for hard times, but two? Gossip ran like water through fingers, and as it spread, it grew. Shaun MacDonald must have a whole chest of gold coins hidden in his cottage. What many tongues say, be it true or not, many ears hear. Two robbers caught wind of the tale and decided that no one deserved Shaun's gossiped gold more than they did. One crisp, dry morning, they hid outside, waiting for Shaun to leave. Then they slipped into his cottage, tossed the cupboards, and pried stones out of the fireplace. Such a clatter made Brian poke his head up from under the bed. He was shocked at what he saw, but what happened next was worse. The cottage door swung open as Shaun returned for a forgotten tool. In no more time than it takes to tell, the robbers tied the poor man to a chair. "Tell us where you've hidden the gold," they bellowed. Fearing for Shaun's safety, Brian banged his hammer against the floor to catch the robbers' attention. "Hey now, what's that?" one of the men asked. Fearing for Brian's safety, Shaun spoke quickly. "Now, don't you be frettin' your wee little head. It's only the cat under the bed." "Cat?" the man replied. "Well, the bed's the only place we haven't looked." As Shaun worried, Brian grinned. Both robbers stuck their heads under the bed, and there they saw exactly what Brian had told them: a cat. But this was a wildcat, eyes like lightning and claws like knives. The cat smiled at the robbers, then licked its lips as if it found the sight of them tasty. With a shriek, the men tumbled backward, then fled as if the devil himself were at their heels. Brian laughed till tears ran down his cheeks. Sean chuckled as well as he wiggled free of the rope. Then he stretched and bowed in the direction of his pillow. "'Tis a grand thing indeed, having a cat beneath the bed," he declared. "Aye," replied a voice from below, "and it's a pleasure having a friend above it." And they lived well and happily for the rest of their days. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. The Luckiest St. Patrick's Day Ever by Teddy Slater. Illustrated by Ethan Long. Top of the morning. It's March 17. The leprechaun family is wearing the green. St. Patrick's Parade is about to begin. The wee ones are marching. Come on, let's join in. There goes Bedelia, leading the clan, arm in arm with Granddaddy Dan. She swings her shillelagh. They walk and talk gaily, moving as fast as they can. Timothy Shaughnessy, handsome and bold, marches along with a big pot of gold. And here comes Aunt Rose, tap-tapping her toes. With shamrock in hand, she follows the band, decked out in her very best clothes. Toodle-dee-toot, rum-a-tum-tum, Johnny and Jack play the fife and the drum. They kick up their heels in a wild Irish jig. Everyone's dancing, even the pig. After the march, it's back home for lunch. Mulligan stew and green apple punch. Kate cuts the cabbage, Pat shells the peas. The mischievous children do just as they please. Friends and family keep coming to call. There's plenty of food for one and for all. The Caseys, McGregors, O'Grady's, Peg Finn. Everyone's welcome. Please, won't you come in? Lassies and laddies stream through the door until there's no room for one caller more. The leprechauns crowd round the dining room table, piling their plates as high as they're able. But before they dig in, they have one thing to say. May the luck of the Irish be with you today. Happy St. Patrick's Day! Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. The Youngest Marcher by Cynthia Levinson. Illustrated by Vanessa Brantley Newton. The story of Audrey Faye Hendricks, a young civil rights activist. Whenever Mike flew into town, Audrey and her mama cooked barbecued ribs, stewed greens, sweet potato souffle, and Audrey's favorite, hot rolls baptized in butter. Other folks knew Mike as Martin or Dr. King. The Hendrickses used his nickname. They did the same with other ministers too, like Fred Shuttlesworth and Jim Bevel. After Mike blessed the feast, Mama expected Audrey to keep still during supper. But when grown-ups talked about wiping out the segregation laws that kept black and white people apart in Birmingham, she just had to speak up. Audrey intended to go places and do things like anybody else. I want to eat my ice cream inside Newberry's. I want to sit downstairs at the Alabama. I don't want hand-me-down school books. But stools at the counter, plush movie theater seats, books so fresh they'd crackle when you open them, those were for white children. Hush, hissed Mama. 9-year-old children should not speak in front of company, especially ministers like Mike, Fred, and Jim, who were bringing dreams of justice. Audrey knew all about segregation. She knew to pay the driver at the front of the bus, then step off and walk around to the back door, drink from the fountain with the dirty bowl and warm water, use the freight elevator at department stores downtown. Front row seats, cool water, elevators with white-gloved operators. Laws said those were for white folks. Every Monday night, Audrey and her mama and daddy and her aunts, uncles, and cousins joined neighbors and friends at Fred's church for worship, fellowship, and testimony. She sang and swayed along with the movement choir, her voice spirited and spiritual. Black and white together, we shall overcome. For once, she didn't have to keep still. Then came testimonies. White store owners won't hire me. Ku Kluxers chased me. Policemen called me names. The hateful stories made Audrey squirm. She tried to tell her mama, "That's not right." Shh! How could Mama expect her to hush? She had to make things right. But what could she do? When Mike visited Fred's church, thousands of people crowded around her to hear him preach. In a voice as taut as steel cables, as smooth as glass, he intoned, "Segregation is morally wrong and sinful. That's true." Fired up, Audrey sat taller. "An unjust law is no law at all," he proclaimed. Audrey had listened to Mike explain his plan at her supper table and knew what he meant. If a law is unjust, disobey it. Sit down inside Newberry's, picket those white stores, march to protest those unfair laws. Why, even marching was against the law. Then get arrested. Fill the jails, Mike exclaimed. Fill Birmingham's jails so full that policemen can't squeeze in one more person. Pack cells so tight that police will have to quit arresting people for demanding their rights. Audrey just knew Mike's plan would work. She twisted in her pew to see which grown-ups would walk down the aisle, volunteer for jail. But they mostly stayed put. Eyes staring at their feet, hands on their knees, feet, hands, and knees didn't move. Fill the jails, Mike pleaded, meeting after meeting. But heads shook. All around her, Audrey heard, "No, best not break those segregation laws. Boss man will fire me. Landlord will evict me. Policemen will beat me." If nobody protested, Mike's plan would fail. Police could keep arresting anyone, anytime, for anything, forever. Audrey would never be able to go places and do things like everybody else. One night, Jim announced a new idea. If grown-ups won't do it, fill the jails with children. Audrey leaped to her feet. "I want to go to jail," she declared. Mama looked deep and saw that Audrey's eyes begged, "Please." "Okay," Mama said. Audrey strutted down the aisle. She was going to jail. 2 mornings later, she put on a fresh-pressed pinafore and shiny Mary Janes with turned-down socks. Protesters got to look nice. In the meantime, her daddy bought her a game to help her pass the time in jail. Her mama and daddy took her by Center Street Elementary to tell her teacher she'd be absent, maybe for a whole week. Miss Wills wrapped her arms around her. Audrey knew she was proud of her. She said goodbye to her grandparents. "You'll be fine," her grandmother said. She knew Audrey would be brave. So did Audrey. Then her mama and daddy drove her to 16th Street Baptist Church, where the children were gathering. Even before she reached the door, Audrey heard loud voices chanting freedom songs. Inside, hundreds of big kids called out to friends and crowded around signs for their high schools. Parker, Carver. Her head swiveled. Where was the sign for Center Street Elementary? She was the only protester from her school, the youngest child in the whole church, and she knew no one. Audrey huddled by her parents in the basement. But when Jim lined her up with the others 2 by 2 and the door swung open, Audrey straightened up. She was going to break a law and go to jail to help make things right. Clutching a protest sign in one hand and her game in the other, Audrey marched out the door. She stomped and sang, "Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round." Half a block from the church, a white policeman stopped Audrey. He pointed toward a paddy wagon. Sentence: 1 week in juvenile hall. A matron locked Audrey into a day room with 24 other girls, all older, all bigger, all strangers. Audrey sat down alone and slipped the cover off her game. "I told you to sit down," the matron yelled. Audrey jumped. She didn't remember standing up. The matron dragged her to a dark, empty room. "When I tell you something, you do it," she commanded, "or I'll leave you here." Trembling, Audrey quietly followed the matron back to the day room, put away her game, lay down her head, and cried. Jail was harder than she'd thought, and she wasn't fine after all. By evening, Audrey was hungry and tired. For dinner, soupy, oily, tasteless grits. At night, a bare mattress with one thin sheet for a cover. The next morning, uh-oh, no fresh underwear, no clean pinafore, no toothbrush. Audrey and her cellmates were let outdoors into an empty concrete pen surrounded by high prison walls. The older girls talked together. Audrey wondered what her classmates were doing. Miss Wills would be keeping them busy. On another day, Audrey was sent to a huge room and told to sit in a chair that was so high her feet dangled above the floor. 4 white men glared at her. She never talked to a white man before. "Are you against America?" one demanded to know. "No, sir," she answered politely. "What do you talk about at those meetings?" another asked. "Our freedom." "Why did you march?" "To go places and do things like anybody else." What was wrong with that? Every mealtime, Audrey stared at greasy grits. She could barely spoon them into her mouth, let alone swallow them. Every night, the cot's wire springs jabbed. Every morning, she had nothing to do but sit alone with her game. In the afternoons, though, more kids crowded in the day room. Some days, many of them arrived sopping wet. A girl explained that a fireman aimed powerful hoses at the children. Surging water spun them off their feet and down the street. They got up and kept marching anyway, until they too were sent to jail. By Audrey's 5th day in detention, the police couldn't squeeze in one more person. "We filled up all the rooms! We filled up all the rooms!" Audrey practically jumped up and down. She was so proud. "We filled up all the rooms!" Watching television in the day room, she saw black people stroll straight into stores and restaurants like they belonged there. No one else could be sent to jail. Everything had changed. After 7 days, Audrey went home. Her mama and daddy wrapped their arms tight around her, washed the jail off her, and for dinner, hot rolls, baptized in butter. 2 months later, the city of Birmingham wiped segregation laws clean off the books. Audrey licked her spoon clean at Newberry's counter like everybody else. Black and white together, like we belong. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. There was an old lady who swallowed a clover, by Lucille Calandro, illustrated by Jared Lee. There was an old lady who swallowed a daisy. She wasn't lazy when she swallowed the daisy. She swallowed the daisy to brighten the clover. I don't know why she swallowed the clover, but she didn't roll over. There was an old lady who swallowed a butterfly. She did not sigh when she swallowed the butterfly. She swallowed the butterfly to rest on the daisy. She swallowed the daisy to brighten the clover. I don't know why she swallowed the clover, but she didn't roll over. There was an old lady who swallowed a bird. It wasn't absurd when she swallowed that bird. She swallowed the bird to glide with the butterfly. She swallowed the butterfly to rest on the daisy. She swallowed the daisy to brighten the clover. I don't know why she swallowed the clover, but she didn't roll over. There was an old lady who swallowed a pot. Believe it or not, she swallowed that pot. She swallowed the pot to carry the bird. She swallowed the bird to glide with the butterfly. She swallowed the butterfly to rest on the daisy. She swallowed the daisy to brighten the clover. I don't know why she swallowed the clover, but she didn't roll over. There was an old lady who swallowed some gold. It wasn't cold, all that shiny gold. She swallowed the gold to fill up the pot. She swallowed the pot to carry the bird. She swallowed the bird to glide with the butterfly. She swallowed the butterfly to rest on the daisy. She swallowed the daisy to brighten the clover. I don't know why she swallowed the clover, but she didn't roll over. There was an old lady who swallowed a fiddle. It is a riddle why she swallowed a fiddle. The old lady started to dance, and before she was done, a wee little leprechaun joined in the fun. As they twirled high and low, she giggled so much, out popped a rainbow. Happy St. Patrick's Day! Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. This Little President by Joan Holub and Daniel Rood. Leading our country, helping you and me, keeping all 50 states safe, happy, and free. Little presidents have a great big job. Washington. This little president flew flags red, white, and blue. He was our first leader when this nation was new. George Washington was the first president of the United States of America. Adams. This little president led with wisdom and care. When the White House was built, he was first to live there. John Adams was also the first vice president. Jefferson. This little president was super duper smart. He liked buildings, inventions, books, fossils, and art. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. Lincoln. This little president was honest as can be. He kept our states united and set people free. Abraham Lincoln was the tallest president and the first one to wear a beard. Grant. This little president could really horseback ride. He was a brave general with patriotic pride. Ulysses S. Grant made Christmas a federal holiday. Theodore Roosevelt. This little president was a cowboy ranch hand. He made national parks and preserved forest land. Theodore Roosevelt inspired a candy store owner to sell toy bears called Teddy's Bears. Franklin D. Roosevelt. This little president told people not to fear. He gave jobs to Americans, which made them all cheer. Franklin D. Roosevelt was the first president in a wheelchair. Kennedy. This little president had heart, style, and grace. He sent our first astronaut into outer space. John F. Kennedy was the youngest president ever elected. Reagan. This little president was once a movie star. He brought the world together, both near and far. Ronald Reagan was the oldest president ever elected. Obama. This little president is a family man. When others say we can't, he declares, yes, we can. Barack Obama is the first African American president of the United States of America. Anything can happen in the USA. Hey, maybe you'll be president someday. Washington, John Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, John Q. Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, W. Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, A. Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, B. Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, T. Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, F. Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, L. Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, G. H. W. Bush, Clinton, G. W. Bush, Obama, Trump. You? Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Lucky Tucker by Leslie McGurk. When Tucker woke up on St. Patrick's Day, he got off on the wrong paw. First, he had to go for a walk in the rain before breakfast. Then his favorite squeaky toy got stuck under the couch. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, a black cat hissed at him. Hiss! My luck needs to change, thought Tucker. What if I roll in this bed of clovers? Maybe their luck will rub off on me. Little did he know that he was being watched by a leprechaun. You just rolled in me bed of 4-leaf clovers, the leprechaun said. Now you'll be the luckiest dog around. And off he ran. Tucker chased after the leprechaun, but he got sidetracked when he saw a boy licking an ice cream cone. The top scoop was about to fall off. Tucker made the catch. Wow, what a lucky dog, the boy said. By now, the leprechaun had disappeared, so Tucker decided to go to the dog park. Today was his lucky day. He got to play and wrestle with all his best friends. On his way home, Tucker passed by the bakery that sold homemade dog biscuits. Aren't you a lucky dog, Tucker? Said the baker. I've got a peanut butter shamrock, a chicken-flavored pot of gold, and a cheese-flavored horseshoe just for you." When Tucker arrived home, the mailman was delivering a big box. "You are the luckiest dog I know," the mailman said, "because this box is for you." Tucker tore open the box and jumped inside. His owner said, "Lucky Tucker, you were supposed to have a bath tonight, but let's play with your new toys instead." Finally, it was time for Tucker to go to bed. It was his luckiest day ever. He was already dreaming about next St. Patrick's Day. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Martin's Big Words: The Life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by Doreen Rappaport, illustrated by Brian Collier. Everywhere in Martin's hometown, he saw the signs, "White Only." His mother said these signs were in all southern cities and towns in the United States. Every time Martin read the words, he felt bad until he remembered what his mother told him: "You are as good as anyone." In church, Martin sang hymns. He read from the Bible. He listened to his father preach. These words made him feel good. "When I grow up, I'm going to get big words too." Martin grew up. He became a minister like his father, and he used the big words he had heard as a child from his parents and from the Bible. Everyone can be great. He studied the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. He learned how the Indian nation won freedom without ever firing a gun. Martin said love when others said hate. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. He said together when others said separate. He said peace when others said war. Sooner or later, all the people of the world will have to discover a way to live together. In 1955, on a cold December day in Montgomery, Alabama, Rosa Parks was coming home from work. A white man told her to get up from her seat on the bus so he could sit. She said no and was arrested. Montgomery's black citizens learned of her arrest. It made them angry. They decided not to ride the buses until they could sit anywhere they wanted. For 381 days, they walked to work and school and church. They walked in rain and cold and in blistering heat. Martin walked with them and talked with them and sang with them and prayed with them until the white city leaders had to agree they could sit anywhere they wanted. When the history books are written, someone will say there lived black people who had the courage to stand up for their rights. In the next 10 years, black Americans all over the South protested for equal rights. Martin walked with them and talked with them and sang with them and prayed with them. White ministers told them to stop. Mayors and governors and police chiefs and judges ordered them to stop, but they kept on marching. Wait! For years I have heard the word wait. We have waited more than 340 years for our rights. They were jailed and beaten and murdered, but they kept on marching. Some Black Americans wanted to fight back with their fists. Martin convinced them not to by reminding them of the power of love. Love is the key to the problems of the world. Many white Southerners hated and feared Martin's words. A few threatened to kill him and his family. His house was bombed. His brother's house was bombed, but he refused to stop. Remember, if I am stopped, this movement will not be stopped because God is with this movement. The marches continued. More and more Americans listened to Martin's words. He shared his dreams and filled them with hope. I have a dream that one day in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. After 10 years of protests, the lawmakers in Washington voted to end segregation. The white-only signs in the South came down. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. cared about all Americans. He cared about people all over the world, and people all over the world admired him. In 1964, he won the Nobel Peace Prize. He won it because he taught others to fight with words, not fists. Martin went wherever people needed help. In April 1968, he went to Memphis, Tennessee. He went to help garbage collectors who were on strike. He walked with them and talked with them and sang with them and prayed with them. On his second day there, he was shot. He died. His big words are alive for us today. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. May Among the Stars, written by Rhoda Ahmed, illustrated by Stacia Burrington. Little May was a dreamer. They say that daydreamers never succeed, but little May was different. One day, May was working on an assignment for school about what she wanted to be when she grew up. What will you tell them, May? I will tell them I want to see Earth. This is Earth, May, her mother said. The flowers, the grass, the forest, and the mountains. We live on Earth. I know, but I want to see Earth from out there. That's an amazing plan, little May. Then you have to become an astronaut. That way you can see Earth from space. Astronaut? Do you think I could do that? Of course you can. If you can dream it, if you believe it, and work hard for it, anything is possible. May asked her mom to take her to the library. She searched for books about space and astronauts. After dinner, May drew pictures of space, and she even made her own astronaut costume out of old orange curtains and cardboard boxes. Later, she asked her dad, "But how do I become an astronaut? It seems impossible." You will find your way, May, because if you dream it, believe in it, and work hard for it, anything is possible. But space is so far away. It's closer than you think, little May, and you may get there sooner than you think. That night, May had a happy dream. She was dancing in space, surrounded by billions of sparkling stars. Below her, she could see Earth floating and turning like a shining crystal ball. The next morning, May told her parents about her dream. She wanted to tell everyone, and every time she talked about it, her eyes would light up. In the classroom, Miss Bell told everyone to stand in a line on the rug. Today, we are all going to share our dreams about the future. What do you want to be, and what do you want to do when you grow up? Who wants to go first? I want to be a firefighter. I want to be a teacher. Football player. I want to be a mom. I want to go to space. I want to be an astronaut. All the kids started laughing. Miss Bell asked, May, are you sure you don't want to be a nurse? Nursing would be a good profession for someone like you. I don't want to be a nurse. I want to be an astronaut. May felt very disappointed. On her way home from school, May was quiet. She looked out the car window. Her world turned blue and cold. Nothing was the way it used to be. At home, May started crying. Miss Bell said I can't become an astronaut. What a silly thing to say, said her mother. She told me I should be a nurse instead, said May. Her mom wiped away her tears. My dear May, I hope you didn't believe her. Of course I believed her. She's my teacher. I'm sorry Miss Bell didn't encourage you, but she can't stop you. No one can stop you. Follow your dream, May, and go to space. Thank you, Mom. I promise when I get to space, I will wave to you and Dad from the spaceship. Her mom took her hand and they started dancing. You must always repeat to yourself, if I can dream it, if I can believe in it, and if I work hard for it, anything is possible. May went on dreaming, believing, and working really hard. And guess what? She went to space and waved to her mom and dad on Earth. Dr. May Jemison. May Carol Jemison was born October 17th, 1956, in Decatur, Alabama. May always loved science. She loved being outside and looking up at the stars, knowing that one day she would travel to space. May is highly educated. She graduated from Morgan Park High School in 1973, and at the incredible age of 16, she enrolled at Stanford University, earning a Bachelor of Science degree in Chemical Engineering in 1977. After May got her MD in 1981 from Cornell Medical College, she briefly worked as a general practitioner before leaving to work with the Peace Corps as a medical officer in Liberia and Sierra Leone. When she returned home, May decided to follow her childhood dream of going to space, and she accomplished many firsts. She applied to NASA's astronaut training program and on June 4th, 1987, was accepted. She became the first African American female astronaut. On September 12th, 1992, May's dream finally came true when she traveled to space on the shuttle Endeavour, mission STS-47. It was then that May officially became the first African American woman in space. May left NASA in 1993 and became the first real astronaut to act in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Today, she heads the Jemison Group and the Dorothy Jemison Foundation for Excellence. May speaks fluent Russian, Japanese, and Swahili. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. A Pizza with Everything on It by Kyle Scheel, illustrated by Andy J. Pizza. When your dad owns a pizza shop, you can have whatever kind of pizza you want. So when Dad asked what I was hungry for, I said, "Give me a pizza with everything on it." Dad said, "Everything?" I said, "Everything." Dad tossed the dough while I stirred the sauce. We put down 3 different kinds of cheese, then added a 4th just to be safe. Cheddar, Swiss, mozzarella, mysterious 4th cheese. We started with the basics: pepperoni, sausage, tomatoes, peppers, even those little mushrooms that look like noses. Dad said, "Perfect." But I said, "No, Dad, I want a pizza with everything on it." Dad ran across the street and came back with his arms full of groceries: pickles, ice cream cone, boiled eggs, apple, bag of chips, an entire turkey. All of it went on the pizza. Dad said, "Perfect." But I said, "No, Dad, I want a pizza with everything on it." Dad got a mischievous look in his eyes. I knew exactly what he was thinking. Everything, eh? Everything. In a flash, Dad threw his rolling pin onto the pizza, followed by his chef's hat. I put the blender on top as Dad added a table and chairs. Books, pencils, and a notebook fell onto the pizza as I turned my backpack upside down. Dad said, "Perfect." But I said, "No, Dad, I want a pizza with everything on it." Dad said, "I think we're going to need to take this outside." Dad rolled the pizza into the street as I rode my bicycle up onto the toppings. Dad added a doghouse, then a tree house, then a real house, then the White House. But something was about to go terribly wrong. Perhaps it was the addition of the particle accelerator, or perhaps the weight of the pizza simply became greater than what the crust could bear. Whatever it was bad. Just as Dad was pushing the wheelbarrow full of penguins to the top of the pizza, there was a loud pop, then a crunch. Then we started to fall. In the blink of an eye, the pizza began to collapse in on itself. Everything was speeding towards the center of the pizza. I grabbed Dad's hand. Dad grabbed the crust. We held on for dear life. "It's a pizza black hole!" Dad shouted. "Everything is being sucked in." "Everything?" I yelled back. Dad gulped. "Everything." Dads are awfully strong, but black holes are stronger, especially pizza black holes. "I can't hang on anymore!" Dad yelled. Together we flew into the swirling pizza vortex. Then everything went black. And everything stayed black as burnt pizza crust. Then, boom! A pizza big bang. The universe exploded in a burst of toppings. Everything was pizza. Dad and I were launched through a pizza galaxy and into our pizza solar system. We flew towards a pizza Earth, into our pizza town. We landed back at our pizza shop, or should I say, our pizza shop. Dad looked at me. "Perfect," he said, a little unsure. Perfect. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Princess Hair by Sherry Miller. All princesses wear crowns, but underneath their crowns, not all princesses have the same hair. Some princesses wear puffs and play pretend. Others wear twist-outs and twirl around. Princesses with dreadlocks love to draw and draw and draw. Princesses with kinks love to think. And princesses with frohawks rock. Princesses with head wraps take long naps. Princesses with curls wear pearls. And princesses with teeny-weeny afros wear teeny-weeny bows. Princesses with bantu knots bake a lot. Princesses with afros do-si-do. Princesses with braids throw parades. Princesses with buns love to run. Princesses with blowouts bounce and bounce and bounce. Princesses with twists wrap gifts. And nappy princesses are happy princesses. Not every princess has the same hair, but every princess loves her princess hair. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. From the creators of Dragons Love Tacos, Secret Pizza Party by Adam Rubin and Daniel Salmieri. Poor raccoon. All he wants in life is some pizza. If only he knew how to ask politely. "Ah, pizza," So beautiful, you could hang it on the wall of a museum. So convenient, you could eat it in the bathtub. Of course, the best part about pizza is the gooey cheesiness, salty pepperoniness, sweet tomato-ness, and crispity crunchity crust. Yum! Sorry, raccoon. I didn't mean to rub it in. Hey, cheer up! I just had a great idea. Let's throw a pizza party at your house tonight. Shh! Don't tell anyone. This will be a secret pizza party. I know what you're thinking. Why would we keep such a delicious party a secret? Okay, sure. It's so folks don't show up to bonk you with brooms. But that's not the only reason. When you make something secret, you make it special. Regular handshake, boring. Secret handshake, booyah. Regular staircase, tiring. Secret staircase, terrific. Regular pizza party, get that raccoon off the table. Secret pizza party, get that raccoon another slice of pizza. He's the guest of honor. Hot diggity dog, our pizza party is going to be so much fun. Call the pizza man and tell him to bring over his absolute finest pizza pie. Hang on a minute. You don't want the delivery guy to know where you live. He might recognize you from the posters and chase you off with a broom. Think, raccoon, think. Okay now, play it cool. You're just an honest pizza-buying citizen who left his wallet in the car. The pizza man thinks she'll be right back. Let's go! I've planned the perfect getaway route. Around the broom factory, over the broom enthusiast club, past the raccoon sniffing broom bots. Wait a second, raccoon sniffing broom bots? Uh-oh. Run, raccoon! Run like the wind! Phew! We made it. Let's barricade the doors and pop open that pizza box. Secret pizza party. Oops, I said that kind of loud. Sorry, pizza smell gives me the happy screams. Try not to crunch too loud. Definitely no high-fiving, or music, or dancing. In fact, we'd better turn off the lights and whisper, just to be safe. Secret pizza party. What's the matter? Sweet sassy molassy, look at all that pizza. Clearly, these people are much better at throwing parties than they are at keeping secrets. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Okay, you're in. Just play it cool. No one suspects a thing. Uh-oh. Secret pizza party! Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Slugs in Love by Susan Pearson, illustrated by Kevin O'Malley. Mary Lou loved everything about Herbie. How his slime trail glistened in the dark, how he could stretch himself thin to squeeze inside the cellar window, how he always found the juiciest tomato. Though she never spoke a single word to him, she was too shy. She thought about Herbie every morning and every night and most of the hours in between. On Monday, while she grazed in the strawberry patch, Herbie filled her mind and a love poem filled her heart. She wrote it in slime on the water can. Strawberries are red, blueberries are blue. Herbie is handsome. Love, Mary Lou. The next morning, Herbie found it. He looked around. There were already at least 60 slugs in the garden. Which one, he wondered, was Mary Lou? Herbie decided to send a message back. He wrote it on the garden hose. Mary Lou, which one are you? Meet me here at 2:30. Yours truly, Herbie. But the gardener put the hoe away in the barn, so Mary Lou never saw Herbie's message. On Tuesday, while Mary Lou was hiding from the sun in the ivy, she saw Herbie hiding under a stone, and a poem came immediately to mind. She wrote it on the wheelbarrow later that day. The sun is shining all around. It shines on field and tree. But Herbie's safe beneath a rock. I wish he'd think of me. Love, Mary Lou. Mary Lou loves Herbie, teased Jethro on Wednesday morning. Herbie blushed. Who is Mary Lou? He asked. But Jethro didn't know either. Herbie sent another message. This time he wrote it on a fence where it would stay put. To Mary Lou, you could make my life complete. I'd love to meet someone so sweet. Tell me where and I'll be there. Sincerely, Herbie. But that afternoon it rained, and his letter washed away. Even when Mary Lou was sleeping, poems to Herbie filled her dreams. She woke early and wrote another poem on the scarecrow. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Herbie, Herbie, handsome slug, Mary Lou would love a hug. Love, Mary Lou. That Mary Lou is some poet, said Sammy. Do you know her? Herbie asked excitedly. I think she's the brownish one, said Sammy. All day long, Herbie searched for a brownish slug, but next to the brown dirt, they all looked a little brown. Herbie left another message on the watermelons. Your poems make me happy. Your poems make me glad. But I can't find you, Mary Lou, and that makes me feel sad. Your friend, Herbie. But Mary Lou was in the squash patch that day and didn't see Herbie's note. She left another poem behind on the zucchini. Herbie, you would make me as happy as can be if you just pay attention and please, please notice me. Love, Mary Lou. Herbie was at his wit's end. He had been noticing her. Well, her poems anyway. And he'd asked everyone he could think of if they knew her. I think she's the greenish one, said Homer. I think she's the pinkish one, said Jodelle. Maybe she's the one who likes tomatoes, said Adelaide. All slugs like tomatoes, said Herbie. But Adelaide had given him an idea. Herbie climbed to the top of the tallest tomato plant. On his way back down, he wrote a message. Look at me, I've climbed so high that I can see the world pass by. Mice and ants and old black shoe, but Mary Lou, where are you? I've left you poems near and far. Won't you tell me where you are? Love, Herbie. And that night, when Mary Lou went out to snack on a tomato, she found Herbie's message glistening in the garden. What joy! What gladness! What delight! Mary Lou could hardly contain herself as she hurried to the barn. The next morning, the first thing Herbie saw was, "Your rhyme is sublime. Herbie dear, I am here." As always, when she saw Herbie, poetry filled Mary Lou's head. She said, "Herbie, I am Mary Lou. We meet at last. How do you do?" Herbie was tongue-tied. Suddenly he felt shy, but at last he blurted out, "I am fine. Will you be mine?" Mary Lou and Herbie lived happily ever after. The end. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Snow Day for Mouse by Judy Cox, illustrated by Jeffrey Ebeler. Mouse woke up on a chilly morning. He peeked outside. What an icy, lacy, snowflakey day! 3 birds huddled together on the telephone wire. Poor little quivery, shivery birds. But inside, Mouse was warm and dry. No worries for Mouse. Down in the kitchen, Mom turned on the radio. Cat rubbed against her legs. Dad went outside to shovel the walk. "Snow day!" called Mom. "No school!" "Hooray!" yelled the kids. "Let's bake cookies." They mixed and baked and frosted and decorated. Then the kids bundled up in their snowsuits and raced outside. One fat, round gumdrop rolled off the table and bounced higgledy-piggledy into the corner. A treat for Mouse! Mouse crept across the floor. 1 step, 2 steps. Silent Mouse. He didn't see Cat, padding and prowling, greeny-eyed and greedy. Mouse bent to scoop up his prize. Cat crouched. Dad came in, stomping snow from his boots. "Not in my clean house," said Mom. She grabbed the broom. Snow clumps, Cat, the gumdrop, and Mouse whirled out the door. Thump! Mouse landed in a snowdrift. When he climbed out, what a sight met his eyes! Heaps of snow like mounds of mashed potatoes, flakes of snow like powdered sugar. The chilly birds fluffed up their feathers and chirped. "Hello, birds! Have you seen my gumdrop?" The birds shook their heads. Mouse looked around. He saw a frozen puddle. An ice rink for Mouse. On tippy toes he waltzed across, skating figure eights and bowing to the friendly birds. He didn't see Cat, ears flattened and tail twitching, hiding behind the bare rose bushes. But he did see a mouse-sized hill perfect for sledding. He slid down on a curled leaf toboggan, faster and faster, picking up speed until he landed in a heap at the bottom. He didn't see Cat, head down and tail up, ready to pounce. The little birds cheeped, "Watch out, Mouse! Run!" Plop! A dollop of snow from the telephone wire dropped on Cat's head. Cat twitched his ears and stalked away, flicking the snow from his paws. The birds cheered, "All clear!" Mouse crept out of the downspout. He rolled snowballs. He made 3 fat snowbirds and a snow mouse with a berry for a nose. The birds on the wire bobbed their heads. Now Mouse was cold. His paws were chilly. Tummy empty. Time for something sweet or crunchy. Where had that yummy gumdrop gone? "Hot chocolate," called Mom. In ran the kids, all snow-suited, heavy-booted. Mouse scampered between their feet, undetected, unsuspected. The kitchen smelled cinnamon spicy. Mouse snacked on crumbs. Soon he was warm and not so icy, but he remembered the quivery, shivery, hungry birds. The next time the door opened, Mouse was ready. Out in the backyard, Mouse sprinkled his crumbs on the snow. Sharing, caring. Hungry birds, come get your treat. A gift for my new friends. The snow turned pink in the sunset light. The birds chirped their thank yous. No gumdrop for Mouse, but something better. A warm and toasty feeling deep inside. Happy Mouse! Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Sonia Sotomayor, A Judge Grows in the Bronx, by Jonah Winter, illustrated by Adele Rodriguez. You never know what can happen. Sometimes the most beautiful moonflower blossoms in an unexpected place, on a chain link fence, near broken glass, next to an abandoned building, watered by someone whose name you might not even know. And sometimes the most amazing person blossoms in just such a place as well. So it was with a little girl named Sonia. Her blossoming began with her mother's love and hard work. Oh, how Sonia's mother loved her! She worked night and day and night, as a switchboard operator, just so she could pay for Sonia's and her brother's private schools. She had never made it past the 3rd grade when she was a girl, but she sure wanted her children to. They lived in a public housing project in a part of New York called the South Bronx, a place where most people had precious little money, and Sonia's family was no different, with only their mother to support them. You see, Sonia's father had died when she was 9 years old, leaving just an empty chair and much sadness. But you can't give in to sadness when your children need to eat. This is why Sonia's mother worked and then came home and cooked pork chops. To Sonia, this was heaven. Oh, how she loved her mother. When Sonia's mother wasn't cooking or working, she was studying. She wanted to become a nurse so she could make better wages and help her children even more. While Sonia slept, Sometimes her mother stayed up until midnight doing her homework. There was nothing she would not do to help Sonia or her brother. Sonia loved the world her mother gave her. Her mother and father were from Puerto Rico, and Sonia grew up surrounded by the tastes and sounds of Puerto Rican culture. A favorite meal was Spanish rice and beans, and she loved the big family parties where merengue music filled the air. Arriba! On Saturday nights, Sonia's family and friends would get together. While the grown-ups sat in one room playing dominoes, Sonia and her cousins played Loteria, a Latin American bingo game. Sonia's abuelita would shout out the numbers while the grandkids marked their cards with chickpeas. Sonia's family surrounded her like a warm blanket. And she was also surrounded by books, school books, library books, a set of encyclopedias her mother had saved all her pennies and nickels and dimes to buy. And when the schoolwork was done, there were her favorite books, the Nancy Drew mystery novels. Nancy Drew was a girl detective who was always on the go, solving crimes. She was unstoppable. That's who Sonia wanted to be. But then something happened that made her change her mind. When she was only 8, her doctor sat her down and told her some bad news. She had a disease called diabetes. If you have diabetes, you have to take several shots of medicine a day for the rest of your life. So maybe she wouldn't be Nancy Drew, but that didn't mean she couldn't be unstoppable. Her favorite TV show was Perry Mason, about a courtroom lawyer. One episode ended with the image of a judge, the most powerful person in the courtroom. A light bulb went on above Sonia's head, and she knew. She would become a judge. Becoming a judge, though, that's not easy. Sonia knew she'd have to get really good grades to become a judge. So while other kids may have been goofing off, Sonia was studying at her mother's kitchen table, year after year after year after year. It paid off. By the time she graduated high school, she had won an award for being the very best student in her whole school. What an honor! You can't imagine how proud her mother was. This was her daughter, her Sonia. Ay bendito. What an honor. Sonia's grades were so good that she was accepted at one of the very best colleges in America, Princeton University. This too was an honor. But Princeton, well, Princeton was not the Bronx. Where were the subways? Where was the merengue music? Where were the people who looked like her? For the first time in her life, Sonia felt scared and shy and very out of place, almost like she was on a different planet. During her first week, she heard a cricket in her dorm room, and it scared her. What was this strange insect? As it turns out, it wasn't in her room, but on a tree outside her window. Growing up in the projects, Sonia never had a tree outside her window. And growing up in the projects, Sonia never had the sorts of luxuries her classmates took for granted. Most of the Princeton kids had grown up taking tennis lessons and vacationing in Europe. They went skiing over Christmas break. Many of their parents and grandparents had gone to Princeton too. Suddenly, Sonia was aware of being poor, of being Latina, of feeling inferior. Where was the warm, comfy blanket of her family? Oh, how she missed them! In similar shoes, some people may have gone back home, but Sonia was like a flowering vine that would not stop growing. She would not just survive this strange new world, she would thrive. She would spend her first summer break reading all the books she'd never had time to read before to make herself even smarter. She would become the head of a club for the handful of Latino students at Princeton. She would push herself to her limits, studying day and night, night and day, at the library, and graduate with the highest honors of any student in her class. Success comes to those who make the most of the chances they are offered in life. Sonia did become a judge, and a good judge too. She was known for working very hard and always being very prepared for every trial. She was also known for having no patience for lawyers who weren't prepared. You better not mess with Judge Sonia. Yet she was known for much more than this. Unlike many judges, she had grown up in poverty. She had grown up as a New Yorican, a child of Puerto Rican parents. She had seen things most other judges had not. People she'd grown up with had gone to jail. People she'd grown up with were poor, and many of them weren't as lucky as she had been. They'd had trouble learning to speak English, trouble finding jobs. Unlike many judges, she knew firsthand what prejudice was, what it was to be judged for your background. In the world of judges, this made Sonia very special. Oh, but Sonia, the very special judge, did not stop there. No, 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 no. You see, Sonia was offered the chance of a lifetime. She was invited to the White House by none other than President Barack Obama because President Obama had decided to nominate Sonia to the best job a judge could possibly have, to be a Supreme Court justice. Justice is a fancy word for a judge. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the nation. Supreme Court decisions help shape the law of the land. This was huge. Gulp. There had never been a Latin American on the Supreme Court. How strange this was. There are so many people of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Dominican, and Cuban descent, adding color to the great garden that is America. Why shouldn't all these people have someone who understands their lives on the Supreme Court? She was one of the most respected judges in the country. She was the perfect choice. This was an honor beyond anything Sonia, in all her beautiful flowering, had ever imagined. But at the announcement ceremony, Sonia spoke about her mother rather than herself. I have often said that I am all I am because of her, and I am only half the woman she is. Then, speaking straight to her mother in the audience, she said, I thank you for all that you have given me and continue to give me. Her mother cried and cried. This was her daughter. It wasn't over, though. There were some bumps on the path to the Supreme Court. A broken ankle, which didn't slow her down one bit, and angry people calling Sonia names like racist, just because she was proud to be a Latina judge and not ashamed to say it. and days of tough questions from a panel of 19 senators, a row of white faces, most of them male. But this didn't stop her. Nothing could stop Sonia, the dynamo from the Bronx, from making history as the nation's first Latin American Supreme Court Justice. Ay bendito. You never know what can happen, especially when you water a flower. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Hidden Figures: The True Story of 4 Black Women and the Space Race by Margot Lee Shetterly, illustrated by Laura Freeman. Dorothy Vaughan, Mary Jackson, Katherine Johnson, and Christine Darden were good at math. Really good. In 1943, the United States was at war, World War II. Dorothy Vaughan wanted to serve her country by working for the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the government agency that designed airplanes. Having the best airplanes would help America win the war. Making airplanes fly faster and higher and safer meant doing lots of tests at the agency's Langley Laboratory in Hampton, Virginia. Tests meant numbers, numbers meant math, and math meant computers. Today, we think of computers as machines, but in the 1940s, computers were actual people like Dorothy, Mary, Catherine, and Christine. Their job was to do math. Because Dorothy was Black and a woman, some people thought it would be impossible for her to get a job as a computer. She lived in Virginia, a southern state, where laws segregated or kept apart Black people and white people. They could not eat in the same restaurants. They could not drink from the same water fountains. They could not use the same restrooms. They could not attend the same schools. They could not play on the same sports teams. They could not sit near each other in movie theaters. They could not marry someone of a different race. But Dorothy didn't think it was impossible. She was good at math, really good. She knew she was the right person for the job. She applied, and the laboratory offered her a position as a computer. At work, Blacks and whites were kept apart. The white computers worked in one building, and Dorothy and the other Black computers worked in a different building in their separate office. Even though they worked on the same kinds of assignments, the Black computers and white computers used separate bathrooms and ate in separate lunchrooms. America won the war in 1945, but Dorothy stayed on the job, still trying to make airplanes faster and safer. By 1951, the Americans and the Russians were competing to see who could build the best planes. That meant more experiments and more numbers, lots and lots of numbers, and more numbers meant the need for more computers. That's when Mary Jackson got a job as a computer at Langley. She worked in a group that tested model airplanes in wind tunnels. A wind tunnel was a machine like a huge metal box with a powerful fan attached. Mary put model airplanes in the wind tunnel and blasted them with air from the fan. This experiment helped her group. improve their designs on the models before building full-sized airplanes. Mary wanted to become an engineer, but officials said it was impossible. Most of the engineers at the laboratory were men. And to become an engineer, Mary needed to take high-level math classes, but she wasn't allowed to go inside the white school where the classes were taught. But Mary was good at math, really good, and she refused to give up. She got permission to enter the school building and take the math classes, and she earned good grades. Because she didn't give up, Mary Jackson became the first African-American female engineer at the laboratory. Katherine Johnson was good at math and always asked lots of questions. In 1953, she applied to the laboratory for a computer job and was placed on a team that tested actual planes while they were flying in the air. Their research was used to figure out ways to prevent future plane crashes. In one of her first projects, she learned how to analyze turbulence, or dangerous gusts of air. No one knows how many lives her work may have helped save. Katherine wanted to help the group prepare its research reports, so she asked if she could go to meetings with other experts on her team. Her boss told her it was impossible. Women aren't allowed to attend meetings, he said. But Katherine knew she was as good at math as anyone else, maybe better. So she asked him again, and again, and again. Katherine asked her boss so many times that he finally invited her to the meetings. Katherine was good at math, really good. And because she fought to be treated the same as the men, she became the first woman in her group to sign her name to one of the group's reports. In the 1950s, the Langley Laboratory bought a machine computer that could do math faster than the human computers. At first, these machines made mistakes. Dorothy learned how to program the machines so that they got the right answers. She taught the women in her group how to program the computers too. In 1957, Russia launched a satellite known as Sputnik into orbit around the Earth. The United States started building satellites to explore space too. For years, the laboratory had used math to design airplanes. Now it would need math to create spaceships as well. The government decided to change the agency's name from the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy told Congress, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth." A man on the moon? But the first step to getting a man on the moon was to send an astronaut around the Earth. NASA was going to need to hire more space experts and more people who were good at math. Really good. The people at the laboratory had to work together from morning to night to figure out how to send astronaut John Glenn into space and bring him back home to Earth safely. Katherine Johnson knew she could use math to help. "Tell me where you want his spaceship to land, and I'll tell you where to launch it," Katherine told her boss. Katherine helped calculate the trajectories, or pathways, that rockets traveled through space. She had to plan Glenn's exact route, from takeoff in Florida to splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean. There was no room for error. No one was better than Catherine at solving these tricky math problems. Days before his mission, John Glenn wanted Catherine to double-check the machine computer's trajectory calculations to make sure it hadn't made any mistakes. When Catherine said the numbers were correct, Glenn was ready to go. On February 20th, 1962, Glenn blasted off into space, circled the Earth, and made his way home safely. Meanwhile, laws began to change so that black and white students could go to school together. Blacks fought for the right to sit beside whites on buses and to drink from the same water fountains. At the laboratory, black and white computers started working together in the same office, eating at the same lunch tables, and using the same bathrooms. Black and white moviegoers could sit next to each other in the same theater. Across the country, people started to think about ways to bring equality to all Americans. Christine Darden was good at math, and she loved electronic computers. She started working at Langley in 1967. Christine wanted to become an engineer, and thanks to Dorothy, Mary, and Catherine, she knew it was possible. Eventually, she became an engineer for supersonic airplanes, planes flying faster than the speed of sound. But her first job was to help with NASA's mission to the moon. The people at the laboratory prepared for years to send astronauts to the moon, about 238,900 miles away from the Earth. Finally, on July 20th, 1969, the world watched as the three men arrived at the moon in their Apollo 11 spacecraft. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, said astronaut Neil Armstrong when he stepped onto the dusty surface. But it was also a giant leap for Dorothy, Mary, Catherine, Christine, and all of the other computers and engineers who had worked at the laboratory over the years. The moon landing was a success from takeoff to splashdown. But there was no time to rest. Once NASA landed astronauts on the moon, the people at the laboratory began dreaming of sending humans to other planets, such as Mars or Jupiter or Saturn. They started to imagine hyper-fast space planes that could travel around Earth at 7 times the speed of sound. The next adventure wouldn't be easy and would require lots of tests and lots more numbers. But Dorothy, Mary, Catherine, and Christine knew one thing. With hard work, perseverance, and a love of math, anything was possible. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. How to Catch a Leprechaun. Words by Adam Wallace. Pictures by Andy Elkerton. The night is dark. The streets are quiet. St. Patrick's Day is near. I tap my hammer so you'll know the leprechaun is here. I'll pull out all your laces, put glitter in your hair, and when you walk around, you'll see my gold coins everywhere. You'll never catch me in your trap, but yes, I'll make a scene. I'll turn the whole place upside down. Your toilet will be green. House number 1, I'm going in. Really? That's your trap? I'm in and out without a doubt. That one was a snap. And now I think it's getting worse. A shoebox on a stick? I'll dance a jig and still escape. We leprechauns are quick. Another house. I fixed your shoes. They really were quite smelly. I'll eat the nuts you left as bait and leave with a full belly. Now you're talking. Look at this. It's dandelion tea, but I'm too speedy for your trap. This tea is mine for free. I know you want my pot of gold. That iron cage was clever, but I've been alive 200 years. You won't catch me, ever. Ha 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 ha. Now you're getting fancy, but I'll escape with twinkle toes. It's a fancy pantsy dancy. It seems to me an engineer has helped with this design. Too bad this little leprechaun is going to be just fine. Your entire house is one big trap. From the ceiling to the floor. Nice try indeed, but soon enough I'll stroll right out the door. The leprechaun be gone 3000 gave me quite a scare, but without a 4-leaf clover, I won't be caught in there. You'll never catch this leprechaun. Impossible, that's a fact. Unless one day a brilliant child designs the perfect trap. But who will that child be? Better luck next year. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. I Am Abraham Lincoln by Brad Meltzer, illustrated by Christopher Eliopoulos. I am Abraham Lincoln. When I was little, even young boys were expected to work on the farm and hunt animals for food. Abe, you coming? I'll catch up with you later. I preferred to read. I also loved animals. When I was 10 years old, I saw a group of boys playing with some turtles. They found turtles? I love turtles. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't playing. They were taking hot coals and putting them on top of the turtles to see what would happen. To them, it was harmless fun. Look, it's making the turtle run fast. It's the fastest turtle ever. In that moment, I could have just walked away. When you're 10 years old, it's hard to do the right thing, but someone has to. Let this turtle go. What did you say? You heard me. Let it go. Those boys let the turtle go. Soon after, I wrote one of my first essays about how hurting animals is wrong. That may not seem like a big deal, but back then, most kids and even adults didn't know how to write. In fact, the state of Indiana was so new, schools weren't even built yet. I went to school for barely a year, total. But that didn't stop me. Using chalk, I practiced writing the alphabet on trees. I even wrote in the dirt of the cornfield. Abe, how's the corn coming? Great, Dad. When it came to learning, my best teachers were simply books. I loved books so much. I once walked 6 miles. I'm serious, 6 miles to get one. 6 miles? That's too far for a book. Not for this one. I'd read while my horse was resting, and while waiting in line at the local store, and in one of my favorite positions, with my feet up on a tree. Before long, I had read every book in the neighborhood, from the Bible to Aesop's Fables to Robinson Crusoe. But one of my favorites, a book about George Washington. I'd even copy my favorite parts on pieces of wood. Did you know that George Washington was a friend of men? You're a strange boy, Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, but I'm gonna be on the penny someday. What's a penny? When I was 22 years old, we moved to Illinois, where I met a group known as the Clary's Grove Boys. Everyone in town knew they were bullies. I didn't like bullies, but I was the new guy. When they challenged me, I didn't have much choice. Think you're better than us? I never said that. Don't be chicken. Show us what you got. Today, some may call it a fight, but it was really a wrestling match. Me against their leader, Jack Armstrong. Back then, the rule was, once you grabbed your opponent, you couldn't break your hold. Wham! But Jack did, so he could grab my leg and send me flying. I wasn't mad I lost. Everyone loses sometimes. What got me upset? He had cheated. You didn't play fair. Maybe you want to fight us all. Within seconds, they all surrounded me. They were waiting for me to back down or to lose my cool. Instead, calmly and confidently, I told them, if I have to, I will fight every single one of you, fair and square. They knew I meant it. You're a strange kid, Abraham Lincoln, but you've got guts. You know, I'm gonna be on the penny. What's a penny? Sometimes the hardest fights don't reveal a winner, but they do reveal character, especially when you're fighting for something you believe in. Still, not every struggle brought a victory. Years later, I saw a group of slaves chained together in a boat on the Ohio River. Back then, not all people were free. Some were slaves. Just because of the color of their skin, they were forced to work without pay. They were treated terribly. I never forgot the sight of that boat. I didn't do anything that day, but for years the memory of those people, it haunted me. I was still thinking about them when I became president. I lost 4 elections before I got the big job. 4! America was facing one of the greatest fights in our history, the Civil War. One side wanted to let the slaves go free. The other side, we want to keep slavery going and we'll fight anyone who says otherwise. If I had turned my head and looked away, I would have avoided the fight. But if I'd learned anything in life, it was this. When someone needed help, I wasn't so good at looking away. I'm sorry. I cannot allow that. What'd you just say? You heard me. These people will be free. The Civil War lasted longer than anyone thought. The fighting took a terrible toll. People on our side were ready to give up. To re-energize them, we held a big event in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. The main speaker gave a speech that lasted nearly 2 hours. I gave a speech that lasted 2 minutes and used only 271 words. The most important 5 words I used: all men are created equal. Soon after, I helped pass a law that ended slavery in America and freed all those people when we ended the Civil War. As a result, we didn't just bring together these United States of America. We proved that this government of the people, by the people, and for the people would be dedicated to freedom and justice. You know, in his speech, he told the crowd that no one would remember what he said at Gettysburg. Wanna bet? In life, strength can take many forms, but there's nothing quite as strong as standing up for someone who needs it. No matter where you're from or how little you have, one thing that can never be taken away from you is your voice. When you find something you believe in, use your voice. And when you see injustice, speak louder than you've ever spoken before. When you do, it'll never be forgotten. Look, he's on the penny. I am Abraham Lincoln. I will never stop fighting for what's right, and I hope you'll remember that when you speak your mind and speak for others, there's no more powerful way to be heard. I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. I must stand with anybody that stands right, and stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong. Abraham Lincoln. During the Civil War, 1862, replica of Abraham's first home found at the Lincoln Birthplace National Historical Park in Kentucky, giving the Gettysburg Address, 1863. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. I Am Brave, a little book about Martin Luther King Jr. by Brad Meltzer, illustrated by Christopher Eliopoulos. I am Martin Luther King Jr. Come dream with me. A dream is an adventure that you build inside your mind. Can you count all of my books? My dreams grew big with books, even as a kid. I knew words had power. Start with hope, add some faith. You'll be amazed at what you'll find. Give a hug to someone you love. My family taught me it's better to have more love in your life, and that you must never feel that you are less than anyone else. My dreams are of love, of making peace and shining bright. Lift those who are around you. Be brave and do what's right. Until justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Back then, not everyone was allowed to sit at the front of the bus. To protest those rules, one of my first big speeches demanded that people be treated fairly. One day, you will help others. One day, you'll take a stand. Hold hands, We're all sisters and brothers. It's how we'll reach the promised land. At the March on Washington, thousands of people came together to demand that everyone be treated equally. Be brave, my little dreamer. We need you more than ever. The very best dream of all is the one we dream together. I am Martin Luther King Jr., and I know nothing can stop our dream. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. I Am Enough by Grace Byers. Pictures by Keturah A. Bobo. Like the sun, I'm here to shine. Like the voice, I'm here to sing. Like the bird, I'm here to fly and soar high over everything. Like the trees, I'm here to grow. Like the mountains, here to stand. Like time, I'm here to be and be everything I can. Like the champ, I'm here to fight. Like the heart, I'm here to love. Like a ladder, here to climb, and like the air, to rise above. Like the wind, I'm here to push. Like a rope, I'm here to pull. Like the rain, I'm here to pour and drip and fall until I'm full. Like the moon, I'm here to dream. Like the student, here to learn. Like the water, here to swell. Like the fire, here to burn. Like the winner, I'm here to win. And if I don't, get up again. I know that I may sometimes cry, but even then, I'm here to try. I'm not meant to be like you. You're not meant to be like me. Sometimes we will get along, and sometimes we will disagree. I know that we don't look the same. Our skin, our eyes, our hair, our frame. But that does not dictate our worth. We both have places here on earth. And in the end, we are right here to live a life of love, not fear. To help each other when it's tough. To say together, I am enough. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. I Am George Washington by Brad Meltzer, illustrated by Christopher Eliopoulos. I am George Washington. You know what one of the hardest things in life is? Being the first. When you're the first to try something new, there's no one to show you the way. But when I was little, I wasn't the first. I was the fourth of 9 children. That's a lot of brothers and sisters. How do you think I learned to deal with people fighting? When I was really little, I lived at a place called Mount Vernon. which had a huge river running through the backyard and unexplored forests in every direction. At 5 years old, this was the world I knew. If you wanted to explore the forest, you had to be the first one to go inside. Think you're brave enough to go in there, George? Not yet, but soon. People will tell you that I was a perfect boy. They'll say I didn't tell a lie after I chopped down a cherry tree, but that cherry tree story isn't true. Like most boys back then, I liked swimming, fishing, and riding horses. I was a decent athlete, but nothing spectacular. Mostly, I was an ordinary kid. I liked books and even liked to dance. I was great at it. In school, my best subject was math. I was pretty good at writing, but I was always a terrible speller. You spelled beginning wrong. Don't you realize I'm going to be one of the world's best leaders? And harvest too. I believe that almost as much as I believe you're a great dancer. But remember when I said that it's hard to be the first? It's easier when there's someone showing you how it's done. This is my brother Lawrence. He was 14 years older than me. No one had a bigger impact on my life. I loved hearing the stories of his adventures. Thanks to my brother, I knew I wanted to serve in the military. What are you wearing? My military uniform, so I can fight for our country. You like it? It's amazing. Soon, though, I saw how uncertain life could be. When I was 11, my dad died. We couldn't afford proper schooling, so my brothers had to teach me at home. I didn't go to high school or college, but I was committed to learning and building myself. You spelled it wrong, then I'll do it again. As a boy, I copied all the rules from a book of virtues. There were 110 in all. Number 11, don't gnaw your nails. Number 12, don't stand too close to people when talking or you'll spit on them. Number 100, don't use a fork or knife to clean your teeth. Instead, use a toothpick. The most important was the first one. Every action done in company ought to be done with some sign of respect. I guess that one covers spitting on people too. When I turned 15, my mother told me I needed to get a job. Since I was good at math and precision, I became a surveyor, someone who explores large areas of land to find their boundaries. At 16, I went with a wealthy family called the Fairfaxes to survey the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Shenandoah Valley. There were no roads. The rain was fierce, and one night the straw mat I was sleeping on caught fire. The next night was even harder, but we kept going. Don't give up. There was something special in treading a new path, something beautiful in doing what no one had ever done before. Just being around the Fairfaxes changed my life. They helped me get work. I observed how they lived, how they dressed, and how they ate. I even learned how to properly. He really does like to dance. Dance? That wasn't a joke. I was a great dancer. At the Fairfaxes, I ate with fine silver and beautiful china. At home, I ate with sticks at a fire. It was as if I was living in two worlds, but to me, both were equally important. You know, you can eat with the rich folks every night. Yes, I know. When I got older, I joined the military. In my first big battle, I was on the British side, fighting against the French and Native Americans. I was nearly shot 4 times. 4 musket balls ripped through my clothing, but nothing could stop me. While others were screaming, I raced across the battlefield, keeping people calm. We lost the battle, but I became the commander of all of Virginia's fighting forces. At the age of 23, I ran for office to be a member of the House of the Virginia Legislature. I lost. That's right, I lost. Next time, I'll be better organized. It didn't stop me. I tried again, and this time I won. In fact, I won re-election every time after that. But the world as I knew it was about to change. Remember when I was growing up, the United States didn't exist yet. Back then, there were no states, just colonies, all of them controlled by England. We were ruled by the British king named George III. He wants us to pay more for everyday things like stamps and tea. The king is unfair. We deserve to be free. In April 1775, the first shots were fired in Massachusetts, in Lexington and Concord. It took 8 days for the news of this new American Revolution to reach me. Are we going to let the colonists in Massachusetts fight alone, or are we going to join them? It was one of the biggest questions in history. The answer came at a meeting called the Second Continental Congress. Our 13 colonies decided we would fight together against King George III. All we needed was a leader for the battle. Guess who they chose? You look like you're in charge. Some say it was because I was a natural leader. Some say it was simply because I was taller than everyone else. But let me tell you a secret. I was the only one wearing a military uniform. It wasn't an accident. On that day, I came ready to lead, ready to do the job, ready to be the first. Was it easy to be in power? Never. Our side didn't have enough food, clothing, or weapons. Their side was well fed and well armed. Our side didn't have trained soldiers. We were farmers and fishermen. Their side was the greatest fighting force in the world. In the winter at Valley Forge, some of our troops didn't eat for days. They wore rags and had to go barefoot in the snow. So, how'd we win? We were smarter. We wrote plans in invisible ink so the British couldn't read them. Cool, right? Invisible ink. My code name was 711. We were sneakier. But most important, we wouldn't give in. We launched surprise raids like this one, where we crossed the Delaware River. They were fighting for a king. We were fighting for a cause, for freedom. Also, let's not forget, we had a weapon they'd never have. We had General George Washington. After we beat the British Army, a new government was formed. I presided over the convention that wrote our Constitution, which created the new laws for our country. the brand new United States of America was free to explore its own future. Now, all we needed was to pick our first president. Someone brave, someone strong, someone trustworthy enough to handle all that power. Again, guess who they chose? You know, you're so popular, you could have made yourself King of America. Yes, I know. At the end of the American Revolution, King George III asked someone what Washington planned to do after the war. The king was told that George was going to return to his farm. If he does that, King George said, he will be the greatest man in the world. And that's exactly what he did. And he did it again when he left the presidency after his second term. Some say it was my most heroic act. Instead of putting myself first, I put my faith in my country. I put my faith in you. In life, there are many ways to lead. You can be a quiet leader, a tough leader, a bold leader. But leadership isn't about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. When you're in a position of power, always look out for those who put their faith in you. And always forge your own road, because sometimes the most important trail is the one no one has ever taken before. When you do those things, you will clear a path that will lead the way for others. Every year, we still celebrate his birthday. President's Day is a national holiday. He's got the only state named after a president. He was even on one of the country's first postage stamps. People think he wore a wig, but he never did. He powdered his hair white, which was the style back then. I just like that he wore fake teeth. They weren't made of wood, though. They were ivory. Gross! You can see them at Mount Vernon. Leadership doesn't come from charisma or personality. It comes from courage. The courage to do what's right. The courage to serve others. The courage to go first. I am George Washington. Today, they call me the father of our country. I have the courage to do what no one's done before. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. I Am Martin Luther King Jr. by Brad Meltzer, illustrated by Christopher Eliopoulos. I am Martin Luther King Jr. When I was little, I used to get into a lot of accidents. One day, my little brother hit me in the head with a baseball bat. 2 other times, I mistakenly got knocked over by a car. Another day, I tumbled over our banister, then bounced through an open door into the basement. No matter how many times I fell, I kept getting back up. Whoa, amazing fall! You okay? Bam! I'm okay. Even before I could read, I knew I liked books. My dad always talked about how I kept a lot of books around me. I used to tell my parents, there is a power in words. Big words were in my future. When I grow up, I'm going to get me some big words. When I was 6 years old, one of my best friends was a boy whose father owned a store across the street. My friend was white. I was black. It didn't matter to us. We would play games and have fun together. Tag, you're it. No, you're it. No, you're it. No, you're it. But when we started going to school, everything changed. He went to a school where all the kids were white. I went to a school where everyone was black. Soon after, he told me, "I can't play with you anymore." "Why?" "My dad said so. He doesn't want us being friends." "But why? You're one of my best friends, aren't you?" "Aren't you?" I didn't understand. It didn't make sense. At dinner, my parents explained, "It's because you're black and he's white." I was so mad that day. How could someone treat me differently just because of the color of my skin? I wanted to hate my friend and his father. But my parents told me to do the opposite, that I should love my friend, even though he hurt me. They taught me that it's better to have more love in your life than more hate. Then my mother taught me one of the most important lessons of all. You are as good as anyone. You must never feel that you are less than anyone else. I wanted to believe it, but every day I saw the opposite. I saw you could be treated unfairly just because of the color of your skin. If you were white, you went to a good school with great playgrounds and plenty of books. If you were black, your school was small, sometimes with no desks or even windows. Check it out! A playground! Check it out! Where's our playground? It wasn't just the schools. Black people had to use different water fountains, different elevators, even different bathrooms. In fact, on a hot day, when everyone wanted ice cream, if you were white, you could sit at the counter and eat from a nice dish. But since I was black, if they served me at all, it was through a side window, and they put my ice cream in a flimsy paper cup. This ice cream is perfect. This ice cream is melted. It got even worse when I was 14. I had just won a speech competition. My speech was about being fair to all people. I was so excited. Then, on the bus ride home, a few white people got on board. At first, I stayed put. It didn't seem fair, but my teacher convinced me to move. We spent the rest of the ride standing and getting tossed in every direction. Every day, this is what life was like. Black people were treated terribly. The only question was, "You need to give up your seat to the whites." It was the angriest I have ever been. What could I do about it? At the age of 15, I started college. By 19, I became a minister and entered seminary school to study religion. Over those years, I read the works of Henry David Thoreau and Mahatma Gandhi. Thoreau taught me about civil disobedience, how an evil system could be changed without violence. Gandhi opened my mind to the power of love. Nonviolent resistance? What's that? It's using love and peaceful methods to change unfair things in society. It was a lesson I wanted to share with everyone. In no time at all, I got my chance. In Alabama, a black woman named Rosa Parks was told to give up her bus seat to a white man. It was just like what happened to me. But unlike me, Mrs. Parks refused. She was arrested. Early the next morning, I got a phone call from a local community leader. It's time to take a stand. We should boycott the buses so everyone knows that we won't accept this treatment anymore. You know that's not going to be easy. Do not ask if it's easy. Ask if it's right. It was just like Thoreau taught. Instead of using violence to protest the unfair rules, Black people would use a peaceful method. We would not ride the public buses. Without our money, the bus companies would go out of business. Now the only question was, would it work? On the first day of the protest, my wife called me to the window. The buses are all empty. It's working. We had to keep it going. As the head of the bus boycott, I gave one of the most important speeches of my life. The room was packed. Camera crews were filming. I had only 20 minutes to prepare. I didn't use notes, but by speaking from my heart, I found out how big words can be. We are determined here in Montgomery to work and fight until justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. When the history books are written in the future, somebody will have to say, there lived a race of people, a Black people, who had the moral courage to stand up for their rights. The police put me in jail, saying I was breaking the law. Other folks bombed my house, but instead of using my fists, I kept my calm. Don't you want to fight back? I am a man of nonviolence, and I know that I do not stand alone. We are with you all the way, Reverend. If no one rides these buses, we'll go out of business. You're finally getting that, huh? For more than a full year, every Black person in the city, and some white people too, refused to ride the buses. That meant some people had to walk for miles, but they kept going. There was a power in standing together. Eventually, our peaceful protest worked. The rules were changed. Public buses could no longer separate people based on the color of their skin. That was only the beginning. Soon, our peaceful protests sparked other peaceful protests. At lunch counters, college students organized sit-ins where they would not stop until everyone could eat together. Our methods of nonviolence were so powerful, I was invited to meet the president at the White House. But sometimes the hardest problems were right at home. Daddy, look, an amusement park. Please, can we go? I'm sorry, Yogi, we can't. Funtown is not open to Black people. Seeing my daughter cry was one of the most painful moments of my life. It only made me work harder for change. Was it easy? Absolutely not. During one protest in Birmingham, Alabama, the police again arrested me and locked me in a dark jail cell that had only one window. Someone slipped me a newspaper in which white religious leaders had written an article calling us lawbreakers. Someone then snuck me a pen. In that jail cell, I wrote my own response in the margins of the newspaper and even on toilet paper. My letter from Birmingham jail was soon published as a pamphlet. Then it was in magazines and newspapers. Today, it has been read by millions of people. Like I said, it is amazing how big words can be. Our message was so important, even kids your age joined us. In Birmingham, during the Children's Crusade, more than 1,000 kids, some as young as 6 years old, showed up to march. What do you want? Feed 'em. The first day, the police arrested 900 of them. The next day, 2,500 children showed up, ready to go to jail. This was our finest hour. Enraged that we were not giving up, the chief of police told the firemen to spray the children with water hoses and attack them with dogs. They thought it would stop us, but instead, as the whole country watched on TV what they were doing to our children, it was a wake-up call for the nation's conscience. How can they treat little kids like that? That's not right. We need to help them. 90 days later, the rules began to change. Now blacks and whites in Birmingham were using the same lunch counters, water fountains, and restrooms. You could feel it in the air. More change was coming. Freedom was contagious. By the summer of 1963, an estimated 1 million Americans held their own protests in cities across the country. A man named A. Philip Randolph suggested a massive march. If we march together peacefully, they won't be able to ignore us. Together we can convince Congress and the President to pass laws so that no one in America can treat people differently based on skin color. I like the idea. Where should we have it? There's only one place. People came from almost every state. They came in nearly every form of transportation. They even took off work and did not get paid just to be there. Old people, young people, black people, white people, even children like you. They all came to Washington, D.C., gathering in a righteous army. Why? Because they wanted a change, and they knew the surest way to change the world is to stand together. I am happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. On August 28, 1963, I stood at the podium and spoke what some later called my biggest words of all: March on Washington for jobs and freedom. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream that one day little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. Let freedom ring from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. After the March on Washington, the President and Congress passed new laws for civil rights, but that didn't mean our work was done. Indeed, our greatest battle was still to come. It began with 600 activists as they tried to walk 54 miles from Selma, Alabama, to the state capital of Montgomery. Back then, there were rules that stopped black people from voting. If you want to change the laws, you have to be able to vote for new people who make the laws. The police had billy clubs and tear gas. They attacked our group and knocked many people down. But as I learned so long ago, you have to get back up. No matter how hard they hit us, we remained peaceful. Still, we didn't get through. We're marching to tell the governor we want voting rights. This brutally must end. No matter what, don't let them pass. 2 days later, we tried again. Now there were 2,500 of us. We will get to Montgomery. No, you won't. I promise you won't. Once again, we tried. Once again, we did not get through. Did we give up? What do you think? It was Sunday, March 21st, 1965, our third try. Now we had 8,000 people with us. We are on the move. We shall overcome. Check out the crowd. Black, white, Christian, Jewish, all standing together. For 2 days we marched. Rain could not stop us. The world was watching. The White House was too. President Johnson even sent troops to protect us. Exhaustion could not stop us. As we reached Montgomery, Alabama, tears were shed. But this time, they were tears of joy. In my life, people tried to tell me I wasn't as good as they were, just because of the color of my skin. When someone hurts you like that, it can be tempting to hurt them back. You must refuse. When someone shows you hate, show them love. When someone shows you violence, show them kindness. To reach our goals, we must walk the path of peace. We must lock arms with our brothers and sisters. We must march together. When we do, our voices will be heard and freedom will ring. Remember Funtown Amusement Park? Its doors eventually opened to Black people, and Dr. King got to take his daughter. Did you know that he was the youngest person to win the Nobel Peace Prize at that time? Just 35 years old. He donated the prize money to the civil rights movement. He said that the prize was the work of many other unsung heroes. He fought against poverty too. There's even a national holiday for him, the third Monday of every January. Only Washington and Lincoln get a day like that, and they share theirs. It's a day to remember how far we've come and how much more work there is to do. I am Martin Luther King Jr. I stand for peace. I stand for justice. I stand to help others. I stand as proof that no matter how hard the struggle, we must fight for what is right and work to change what is wrong. Whatever struggle you face, no matter how hard it gets, you must always move forward. I am proof of this. If we rise up, if we stand together, if we remain united, nothing can stop our dream. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Jamie O'Rourke and the Big Potato, an Irish folktale by Tommy de Paola. Jamie O'Rourke was the laziest man in all of Ireland. He would do anything to avoid working, especially if it had to do with growing potatoes. Jamie O'Rourke, his wife Eileen would say, "We'll have nothing to eat this winter if you don't go out and dig up the praties." "Oh, the saints preserve us," Jamie would whine. "Me back's as sore as can be. Sure as I'm telling you, wife, you'll have to dig them up yourself. I'll break in two if I so much as get out of this bed." So Eileen, who had done all the planting and watering and weeding anyhow, would go out to the tiny garden and dig up the smallest potatoes in Ireland, all because Jamie was too lazy to dig a larger garden and had no money to buy good potato seed. Then poor Eileen wrenched her back and was laid up in bed. St. Bridget and the Virgin Mary herself must have smiled on Eileen O'Rourke, the village women said. Why, it's the first rest she's had since she married Jamie O'Rourke. With Eileen in bed, Jamie began to worry. No Eileen to dig meant no praties all winter, and no praties meant no food. "Oh, poor me," wailed Jamie. "I'll starve to death. I'd best go to church and confess to the Father O'Malley. There's no tellin' how soon old death be a-knockin' on me door." So, even though it was midnight, Jamie set out for the church. He was about halfway down the hill when he heard singing and a tap, tap, tapping sound. "Sure, and I wouldn't be knowin'," Jamie whispered, "but I swear it's a leprechaun." And sure enough, sitting in a circle of ferns in the moonlight was a leprechaun, singing and hammering tiny nails into the heels of the fairy boots he was making. Jamie knew just what to do. He crept up and grabbed the little man by his coattails and held firm. "Let me go! Let me go!" the leprechaun shouted. "Not on your life," Jamie said. "Not until you show me where you be keeping your pot of gold." Now, everyone in Ireland knows that leprechauns make boots and dancing shoes for the fairies, who pay for them with gold. And everyone knows that if you catch a leprechaun, he'll pay for his freedom with his pot of gold. But this leprechaun was cleverer than most. "Oh, please, Mr. Mortal Man," he pleaded. "I'm just starting out making fairy shoes, and I only have 1 or 2 pieces of gold in me pot. Won't you take a wish instead?" "Why, what would I wish for?" Jamie asked. "Me who's about to die of starvation because my wife is sick in bed and can't dig the praties for the winter. And they're such puny praties anyhow." "Well," said the leprechaun, reaching into his pocket, "you could wish for the biggest pratie in the world. It would last all winter and you wouldn't have to do anything more than plant this seed, water it, and wait." That sounded wonderful to Jamie. "Done!" he shouted. And as the leprechaun dropped the seed into Jamie's hand, Jamie let go of his coattails and off that leprechaun scampered. When Eileen heard what he had done, she was furious. "Jamie O'Rourke, you're not only the laziest man in Ireland, but a fool as well, giving up a pot of gold for a pratie seed." "Well, I'm going to plant this seed and water it, and you'll see," Jamie said, and out he went. and Faith, Eileen, did see. In no time at all, the biggest, finest potato plant had sprouted out of the ground, followed by the potato itself. It was so big, it pushed up not only all the dirt in the garden, but the garden shed and the corner of the cottage as well. "Well, surely now it's ready to dig," Jamie said proudly. He hoed all around it, but he couldn't dig that pratai out of the ground. He got a beam and a big rock and tried to pry it out. He pushed and he pushed, but it wouldn't budge. As he was pondering what to do, his neighbor passed by on his way to the village. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't wait to tell everyone in the village what he had seen. And before you knew it, the hill up to Jamie's was filled with villagers coming to see the big potato. "Where did it come from?" they asked. Jamie told them about the lucky night he had caught the leprechaun and how smart he had been. "Why, anyone could have gotten a pot of gold," he bragged. "But the biggest pratai in the world, well, that took some doing." "However did you outsmart a leprechaun?" they all asked at once. Jamie hesitated and scratched his head. "We'll help you dig up your pratai, Jamie, if you'll tell us how you did it." And they grabbed shovels and hoes and started to dig. They dug and they dug and they pushed and they shoved until the potato flew up out of its hole. It rolled down the hill faster and faster until it reached the bottom, where it bounced up high and came to a stop, wedged between the stone walls on either side of the road. What to do now? "That pratai is so big that no one, no cart, nothing can get by it," the constable complained to Father O'Malley. "How's a body to get in or out of the village?" "What shall we do?" the villagers wailed. Then they all looked at Jamie and said, "It's your pratai. You'll have to move it out of our way." "Well," Eileen spoke up, "there's more than enough pratai for everyone. Why don't you all take some?" So the villagers sawed and chopped and carted off huge pieces of potato, while Jamie sat on the stone wall and watched. All winter long, everyone had potato to eat, and eat, and eat, until no one wanted to see or hear of potato again. In the spring, Jamie said, "I saved a potato eye for a seed, and it's just about time to plant it." "Oh, no!" the villagers all cried. "If you promise not to plant it, Jamie, we'll promise before St. Patrick and all the saints to see that you and Eileen always have plenty to cook and eat. We don't want another giant pratai around here." Jamie smiled and agreed. What a perfect life for a lazy man. "And so you see, darling Eileen," Jamie told her, "I wasn't such a fool with that leprechaun after all." And Eileen had to admit that Jamie O'Rourke was right. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Looking at Lincoln by Myra Kalman. One day, while walking through the park on my way to breakfast, I saw a very tall man. He reminded me of someone, but I could not think who. At the coffee shop, I ordered pancakes. They were delicious. We paid with a Lincoln and 2 Washingtons. And then I remembered. The man I had seen looked exactly like Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. Who was he? I went to the library to find out. Abraham Lincoln was such an amazing man that there are over 16,000 books written about him. I wanted to read them all, but I got lost in photos of his unusual face. I stared at one. I could look at him forever. He was born in a small log cabin in Kentucky on February 12, 1809. The family was poor. Abe was a dreamer. He did not like to do chores. He loved to read. He was lucky. His stepmother loved him like crazy, and he adored her. She looked so stern, but she let him dream and read as much as he wanted. He went to school for only 1 year, but he was curious and taught himself many things. They had hardly any supplies, and of course, no electricity. Abraham spent many hours reading by the fire's glow. One day, he was kicked in the head by a mule. He slept for 2 days. Then he woke up and grew up and decided to be a lawyer. He did like to argue. He lived in Springfield, Illinois, and got a reputation as a smart and honest man. They called him Honest Abe. He had a family that he loved very much. His wife, Mary, who was very short, and 4 sons. They laughed and had lots of friends and even ran around a little wild. I wonder if Mary and Abraham had nicknames for each other. Did she call him Linky? Did he call her Little Plumpy? Maybe. Abe worked hard and became interested in the government. He decided he would run for president, and on March 4th, 1861, he was inaugurated President of the United States. On the day he was elected, I bet Mary made his favorite vanilla cake, but maybe he forgot to eat his slice. He was often too busy thinking to eat. Lincoln wore a very tall hat. With his hat on, he was 7 feet tall. He wrote many notes and stuffed them inside his hat. What was he thinking about? He was thinking about democracy, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution created by the founders of this country. He was thinking about freedom and doing good for mankind. And maybe he was also thinking about getting a birthday present for his little son. Maybe a whistle or pickup sticks. What did he love? He loved his dog Fido. I think Fido was cross-eyed. He loved apples, Cox's orange pippins, white pippins, wine sap, Benoni. He always had an apple on his desk. He loved music. He loved Mozart, especially his opera, The Magic Flute. But mostly he loved people, his family, of course, but all people, and he wanted them to live well. He loved justice and truth. The country was in trouble and headed for a war. After hundreds of years of slavery, people were saying, "Enough." There were courageous people who fought for liberty, like Sojourner Truth, and Frederick Douglass, who had been a slave until he ran away to the North. Both of them met with Lincoln and spoke of the plight of slaves. Lincoln hated slavery and wrote to a friend, "If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong." During his presidency, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, the first official step toward freeing millions of slaves. It was a difficult time to be president. The Southern states, the Confederacy, wanted their own country where slavery was allowed. Lincoln said, "No, we must stay one country." The Northern states, the Union, believed that slavery should be abolished, and so they went to war. In a museum, I saw the uniform of one of the first soldiers killed in the Civil War. Here is a bullet hole at the point of his heart. There were 14 brass buttons on the front of his tunic. One was shot away. 13 brass buttons remain. The soldier's name was Elmer Ephraim Ellsworth. Terrible things happen in a war. The Civil War ground on. Lincoln went to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the site of a big battle. Thousands of soldiers were buried there, many with just a number on their grave. On that sad land, Lincoln gave one of history's greatest speeches, the Gettysburg Address. It was short, only 272 words, ending with, "Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." The war finally ended in 1865. Almost 1 million people had been killed or wounded. The North had won. The people had suffered greatly, but now it was time to rejoice and start to rebuild the country with Lincoln leading the way. But it was not to be. After the agony of the war, Lincoln wanted to lighten the mood. He took his wife to see a funny play. During the play, he was shot, murdered by a wretched man who did not want slavery to end. Lincoln had been rocking in this chair. People carried him across the street to the home of a friend. He died the next morning, April 15th, 1865. He was 56 years old. The news spread. People across the land wept with grief for their fallen leader. But a great man is never really gone. Abraham Lincoln will live forever. And if you go to Washington, D.C. in the spring, you can walk through the cherry blossoms and visit him. At his memorial, you can read the words he wrote near the end of the war. "With malice toward none, with charity for all." And you can look into his beautiful eyes. Just look. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. A Picture Book of Martin Luther King Jr. by David A. Adler, illustrated by Robert Casilla. Martin Luther King Jr. was one of America's great leaders. He was a powerful speaker, and he spoke out against laws which kept Black people out of many schools and jobs. He led protests and marches demanding fair laws for all people. Martin Luther King Jr. was born on January 15, 1929, in Atlanta, Georgia. Martin's father was a pastor. His mother had been a teacher. Martin had an older sister, Willie Christine, and a younger brother, Alfred Daniel. Young Martin liked to play baseball, football, and basketball. He liked to ride his bicycle and to sing. He often sang in his father's church. Martin center with his brother Alfred Daniel left and his sister Willie Christine right. Young Martin played in his backyard with his friends. One day, he was told that two of his friends would no longer play with him because they were white and he was Black. Martin cried. He didn't understand why the color of his skin should matter to anyone. Martin's mother told him that many years ago, Black people were brought in chains to America and sold as slaves. She told him that long before Martin was born, the slaves had been set free. However, there were still some people who did not treat Black people fairly. In Atlanta, where Martin lived, and elsewhere in the United States, there were white-only signs. Black people were not allowed in some parks, pools, hotels, restaurants, and even schools. Blacks were kept out of many jobs. Martin learned to read at home before he was old enough to start school. All through his childhood, he had read books about Black leaders: Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, George Washington Carver. Martin was a good student. He finished high school 2 years early and was just 15 when he entered Morehouse College in Atlanta. At college, Martin decided to become a minister. After Martin was graduated from Morehouse, he studied for a doctorate at Boston University. While he was there, he met Coretta Scott. She was studying music. They fell in love and married. In 1954, Martin Luther King Jr. began his first job as a pastor in Montgomery, Alabama. The next year, Rosa Parks, a Black woman, was arrested in Montgomery. She had been sitting just behind the white-only section on a bus. When all the seats in that section were taken, the driver told her to get up so a white man could have her seat. Rosa Parks refused. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. led a protest. Blacks throughout the city refused to ride the buses. Dr. King said, "There comes a time when people get tired of being kicked about." One night, while Dr. King was at a meeting, someone threw a bomb into his house. Martin's followers were angry. They wanted to fight. Martin told them to go home peacefully. "We must love our white brothers," he said. "We must meet hate with love." The bus protest lasted almost a year. When it ended, there were no more white-only sections on buses. Dr. King decided to move back to Atlanta in 1960. There, he continued to lead peaceful protests against white-only waiting rooms, lunch counters, and restrooms. He led many marches for freedom. In 1963, Dr. King led the biggest march of all, the March on Washington. More than 200,000 black and white people followed him. "I have a dream," he said in his speech. "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." The next year, in 1964, Dr. King was awarded one of the greatest honors any person can win, the Nobel Peace Prize. The country was changing. New laws were passed. Blacks could go to the same schools as whites. They could go to the same stores, restaurants, and hotels. White-only signs were against the law. Dr. King told his followers to protest peacefully, but there were some riots and some violence. Then, in April 1968, Dr. King went to Memphis, Tennessee. He planned to march so black and white garbage workers would get the same pay for the same work. On April 4th in Memphis, Dr. King stood outside his motel room. Another man, James Earl Ray, was hiding nearby. He pointed a rifle at Dr. King. He fired the gun. An hour later, Dr. King was dead. Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a world free of hate, prejudice, and violence. Carved on the stone which marks his grave are the words, "I'm free at last." Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. A Spoonful of Frogs, written by Casey Lyle, illustrated by Vera Broskall. A witch's favorite treat is frog soup. It's easy to make and healthy too. Start by placing your cauldron over the fire. Fill it with water, add a pinch of salt, a sprinkle of pepper, and 22 cloves of garlic. Chop up 6 potatoes and 3 carrots. Toss them into the cauldron. Mix in a cup of fly extract. The last and most important ingredient is a spoonful of frogs. This will add a kick of flavor and a pop of color. Place the frogs on the spoon. Grab the frogs and put them on the spoon. Get the frogs, put them on the spoon. Find the frogs and place them on the spoon. Scoop up the frogs with the spoon. Chase the frogs. Trap them in a pot. Tip them out onto the spoon. Put the spoon on the frogs. Slide the frogs onto the spoon. Get another spoon. Use the 2 spoons to scoop up the frogs. Put the frogs honk, 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 on the spoon. Put the frogs on the spoon. Frogs! Pickles! Pickles are an acceptable substitute for frogs in this recipe. Add a spoonful of pickles. Stir well. Bring the soup to a boil for 1 hour and then serve hot. Enjoy with friends. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Bunheads by Misty Copeland, illustrated by Sator Fiarigsby. When Miss Bradley announced they'd be performing the ballet Coppelia for the recital, everyone in Misty's class shouted excitedly and gathered around to hear their teacher tell the story of Coppelia. Misty didn't know what Coppelia meant, and she was too shy to ask, especially since it was her first ballet class ever. So Misty took a spot on the floor, and before she knew it, she was completely entranced as Miss Bradley told the tale. Once upon a time, an odd old toy maker made a beautiful life-size doll named Coppelia. To cure his lonely heart, the doll was so pretty and looked so real that a boy named Franz fell in love with Coppelia at first sight, even though he'd already told Swanilda he would marry her. Swanilda was furious when she caught Franz blowing kisses to Coppelia, but Franz ignored her anger. Later, Franz sneaked into the toy maker's house to see Coppelia, but the toy maker caught him. When the toy maker realized that Franz was in love with his doll, he had an awful idea. Maybe he could use Franz's love to turn Coppelia into a real girl. Lucky for Franz, Swanilda had also sneaked into the toy maker's house out of curiosity, and she was still hidden inside. She overheard the toy maker's evil plan and decided to dress like Coppelia to confuse the old man. Once the toy maker believed that his doll had finally come to life, Franz escaped. After that, Franz realized what a fool he'd been, and he married Swanilda. The two lived happily ever after. Misty loved how Swanilda never lost sight of her goal or her real love. She knew she wanted to be Swanilda. In just a few days, we will decide what roles you will dance in the performance, Miss Bradley said. Now, let's practice. First, there was the développé to tendu, front with one leg lifted forward, the pointed foot gently touching the floor. Next was the rond de jambe to tendu front, with the leg stretched straight out to the front, making big circles round and round in the air with the toes. Then it got a bit harder with the pas de bourrée, moving from side to side as one foot crossed over the other. They had such fun with the soutenu as the young dancers twirled and spun in unison. Finally, the lesson ended with simultaneous pas de bourrée again and again. Misty picked up the steps easily, following only a half second behind the rest of the class. "Have you ever danced Coppelia?" Miss Bradley asked. Misty shook her head nervously, replying, "I've never taken ballet before." "Well, you're very good," Miss Bradley said. "Come," she called to Misty, and Kat, a younger girl who was full of energy. You two up front. Misty could feel her heart pounding. Miss Bradley asked Kat to show Misty the dance of Coppelia. Coppelia sits in a chair on the balcony of the toymaker's house throughout the first act of the ballet. Kat held her arms in first position, then lifted her arms and turned her head like a robot, up and down and side to side. She performed the moves beautifully. When it was Misty's turn, she imitated Kat from memory. You are both very gifted, Miss Bradley said. As soon as Misty got home, everything about the new class and the Coppelia fairy tale tumbled out of her. I'm proud of you, Mommy said. Misty was so excited she could hardly sleep. She lay in bed thinking about the doll coming to life. Misty said her name aloud, Coppelia. It felt magical and full of mystery. The next day, Misty arrived early. Kat was there too, dancing the steps of Swanilda. Oh no! Misty didn't know if she could compete with someone so talented. Soon, Miss Bradley arrived. Do you girls know which part you want to play in the recital? Misty held her breath as Kat answered, Coppelia. When the other dancers arrived, filling the studio with laughter, Misty and Kat stayed close, learning from each other. Kat's movements were sharp, while Misty's were soft. They tried to copy each other's style until they were giggling. At last, Miss Bradley was ready to audition the dancers to cast the parts that everyone would play in Coppelia. Nearly all hands shot toward the ceiling to audition for Coppelia. Misty was nervous for Kat, but when Kat began to move, Misty knew no one would be able to outdance her. When it was time to dance the role of Swanilda, Misty was paired with a grinning younger boy named Wolfie, who was portraying Franz. Wolfie was on a mission to catch Misty's attention. The next day, Miss Bradley announced who would play what parts. Misty was excited when Kat got the part of Coppelia, and even happier when she won the part of Swanilda. The next few weeks were full of hard work for Misty. She had to perform both Swanilda and Coppelia when she tricked the toymaker into thinking she was the doll who had come to life. It was a lot to learn. Watching Kat dance her parts with ease made Misty try harder. They inspired each other. The night of the performance, Misty was so excited she couldn't keep still. Staring up at the heavy red curtain, Misty felt a hand on her back. You okay? Kat asked. Misty nodded. I'm ready. And then the curtain was rising up and away. Bright spotlights spilled onto the stage, casting a spell of stillness that would only be broken by movement. In her tutu and braided bodice, Misty pranced onto the stage as Swanilda, with Wolfie playing the part of Franz. At last, lost in the dance, she felt the heat of the lights when she twirled and imagined she could see every face in the room, especially Mommy's. Misty smiled, proud of what she, Kat, Wolfie, and all the other dancers had accomplished together. She couldn't wait to see what they would do next. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Crown, an ode to the fresh cut. Written by Derek Barnes, illustrated by Gordon C. James. When it's your turn in the chair, you stand at attention and forget about who you were when you walked through that door. You came in as a lump of clay, a blank canvas, a slab of marble. But when my man is done with you, they'll want to post you up in a museum. That's my word. He'll drape you like royalty with that cape to keep the fine hairs off of your neck and your princely robes. It's amazing what a tight fade, high, low, bald does for your confidence. Dark Caesar. Who knows? You might just smash that geography exam tomorrow and rearrange the entire principal's honor roll. A fresh cut does something to your brain, right? It hooks up your intellectual. You're a star, a brilliant, blazing star. Not the kind that you'll find on a sidewalk in Hollywood. Nope. They're going to have to wear shades when they look up to catch your shine. He'll lean you back in the chair, dab that cool shaving cream on your forehead, and then craft a flawless line with that razor. Slow, steady, surgical. It frames your swagger. The cute girl in the class across the way won't be able to keep her pretty eyes off of you. Her friends will giggle and whisper, "Girl, he's so fine." Yeah, that's what they'll say. The whole school will be seasick from the rows and rows of ripples. You'll have more waves on your head than the Atlantic Ocean. Shout out to my do-rag and Patience. There's a dude to the left of you with a faux hawk, deep part, skin fade. He looks presidential. Maybe he's the CEO of a tech company that manufactures cool. He's a boss. That's how important he looks. Dude to the right of you looks majestic. There are thousands of black angels waiting to guide and protect him as soon as he steps a foot out that door. That's how important he looks. There's a dude standing in the mirror that can't get over the masterful designs crafted on the side of his dome. Everywhere he goes, people will ask for his autograph. He looks that fresh. He looks like he owns a few acres of land on Saturn. Maybe there's a river named after him on Mars. He looks that important. There are two dudes, one with locks, the other with cornrows, and a lady with a butterscotch complexion. And all they want is a shape-up, tapered sides, a trim, and a crisp but subtle line. And sometimes in life, that's all you ever need, a crisp but subtle line. When your barber is done, you'll feel like $1 million and some change. When his fingertips hit you with that apple green alcohol or that witch hazel, it'll sting, but not like a scorpion or a hornet, more like an electric stamp of approval. And when you see the cut yourself in that handheld mirror, you'll smile a really big smile. That's the you that you love the most. That's the you that wins everything. That's the gold medal you. Every person in the shop will rise to their feet and give you a round of applause for being so fly. Not really, but they'll look like they want to. You'll see it in their eyes. It's the look your English teacher gives you when she hands you your last test with a bright red 97 slapped on it. It's how your mother looks at you before she calls you beautiful. Flowers are beautiful. Sunrises are beautiful. Being viewed in your mother's eyes as someone that matters, now that's beautiful. And you'll take it. You don't mind at all. Finally, he'll remove your cape, then swipe you down with a brush made from a golden horsetail. You'll put the money in his hand without even expecting change back. Tip that man. Tip that man. It was worth it. It always is. You know why? Because you'll leave out of the shop every single time feeling the exact same way. Magnificent, flawless, like royalty. Hello, world. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Dolly, my first Dolly part in Little People, Big Dreams. Little Dolly had 11 siblings and one beautiful voice. She loved to sing country music and her friends loved to listen. Her uncle gave Dolly the chance to sing at a local radio station. She wanted to go far in life and become a star. Soon she was singing on TV with a famous entertainer. After years together, Dolly decided to go solo and sing her own music. Song after song, she won every award a music star could win. But Dolly wanted to try new sounds with different singers. But always with dazzling wigs and costumes. She gave to others, opening a theme park in her hometown. And a library that travels all over the country, too. Because Dolly is a real-life legend with a heart as big as her dreams. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Dolores Huerta, A Hero to Migrant Workers, by Sarah Warren, illustrated by Robert Casilla. This is Dolores. Dolores is a teacher, but her students are too hungry to listen. They are too sick to play. They have no shoes to wear at recess. Dolores is a detective. She follows the kids home. She asks the moms why their kids are hungry and sick. She asks the dads why their children don't have shoes. The parents say their bosses don't pay them enough money for good food or new clothes or a visit to the doctor. These parents work hard. They pick grapes all morning. They pick grapes all afternoon. They pick grapes until night, but they are paid too little and shoes cost too much. Dolores is a friend. The farm workers tell her their troubles. They don't get fresh water. They don't get bathroom breaks. Their hard work is worth more than what they are paid. Friends look out for each other, so Dolores decides to take a stand. Dolores is a warrior. She walks right up to the bosses. She asks them to give the workers rest breaks and to let them stay home when they're sick. She asks each boss to pay the workers enough money for shoes and books and medicine. They say no. The bosses say that if they give the workers more money, they will have to raise the prices of the grapes. Then nobody will buy them. This excuse is not good enough. The kids still need food. The kids still need medicine. The kids still need shoes. Dolores is an organizer. She asks the people to strike. They will not work until the bosses start to listen. Instead of picking grapes, the workers stand outside the farms. They shout. They sing. They write strike and yes, it can be done on signs they hold up high. Dolores is a storyteller. When the bosses won't change their minds, she tells stories that show why their farms are not healthy places to work. She tells shoppers, she tells crowds, she tells television reporters, she tells senators, mayors, and governors. Many people listen. Some people don't. Dolores is a peacemaker. She doesn't use violence to make the bosses pay attention. She grabs them with her words. She encourages the workers to use their voices too, until the bosses learn how to be fair. Dolores is a mother. Changing the bosses' minds takes a long time, and she misses her kids. The mothers and fathers on strike miss their kids too. While some workers argue with the bosses, others watch the children play and keep them safe. Dolores is a woman. Some people think she should quiet down and let the men do the talking. Dolores just gets louder. She asks other women to speak up too. Their voices rise up together, booming over the farm, roaring into the city, rumbling across the country. Dolores is a fortune teller. She predicts the future. She tells the bosses that if they don't pay workers well for their hard work, the workers will stop picking the grapes, and the grapes will rot. She tells the bosses that if people hear workers are mistreated, nobody will buy their grapes. All of Dolores's predictions start coming true. The farms become empty. The grapes are left on the vines. Nobody will pick them. Nobody will buy them. Finally, the strikes begin to work. The bosses tell the workers that if they come back, they can take rest breaks. The bosses will raise their pay. The workers will get money to buy food, medicine, and shoes for their children. The workers are happy, but Dolores is not finished. Dolores is a hunter. She hunts for other bosses who need to take better care of their workers. Dolores tells them to listen, or else. Dolores is a teacher. She teaches people how to work as a team. She teaches people how to take care of each other. This is Dolores. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Thomas and Friends, The Fearsome Footprints, as seen on DVD. Tale of the Brave, the movie. 2 books in one. It was a busy day on the island of Sodor. Thomas was helping at the clay pits, working with Bill and Ben. A friendly Injun named Timothy warned them that rain might be coming. And if it starts to rain, these clay walls will get really unstable. We'd best be careful today. That afternoon, it did rain. The clay wall next to Thomas began to drip and ooze. To his surprise, he saw strange marks under the sliding mud. They looked like giant footprints. But what kind of animal has feet that big? Thomas wondered. Before Thomas could get a good look at the footprints, he had to hurry out of the way of a huge landslide. Thomas couldn't stop thinking about the giant footprints. The next day he rolled to the clay pits, but he couldn't see the footprints. The tracks were closed and covered with mud. Later, at Brendam Docks, Thomas told Percy about the footprints. They were bigger than any animal on Sodor could make, he said. Do you mean they are from a monster? Percy wheezed. There's no such thing as monsters, Percy, Thomas told him. Percy couldn't stop thinking about monsters. He didn't want to see anything scary, but later he did see a strange shape on the tracks. What's that? Percy puffed. I hope it's not a monster. He raced to the docks. It's the monster from the clay pits, he whistled. It wasn't a monster. It was an Injun named Gator. Some folks think my longer water tanks make me look like an alligator, Gator explained. Percy felt very silly for thinking the new Injun was a monster. Everywhere Percy went that night, he thought he saw strange creatures. Old trees and haystacks became monsters. Fluttering laundry on a clothesline looked like ghosts. Percy was so scared. He didn't even deliver the mail. Thomas offered to do it for Percy that night. James knew Percy had been afraid. Hello, scaredy Injun, he puffed. Seen any monsters lately? Thomas saw giant footprints at the clay pits, Percy peeped. There might be monsters on Sodor. James just rolled off to the scrapyard. He was thinking about monsters when he turned into the scrapyard and came face to face with jagged teeth and crooked claws. No! James peeped. Help! Hello, mate, puffed Reg, the scrap crane. Looks like that scrap heap gave you a fright. I'm not afraid of some old junk, James said. Down at the docks, Percy saw Gator. What are you doing here? Percy asked. I'm off to a new job across the ocean, Gator puffed. My ship has been delayed, so I'm waiting for a new one. Wow, Percy peeped. I wish I were as brave as you. You might be braver than you think, Percy, said Gator. Inspired by Gator's words, Percy decided to be brave and pull the mail trucks by himself that night. His boiler bubbled boldly as he chugged across the countryside. Nothing scared him, not the fluttering laundry, not the gnarled old trees. Gator is right, he tooted. I can be brave. The next night, as Percy was delivering the mail, he saw something strange on the tracks. It groaned and flashed its big teeth in the moonlight. Percy didn't want to be brave anymore. He left his mail trucks and raced back to the sheds as fast as he could go. "The monster!" Percy whistled as he rolled to the sheds. "I really saw it." None of the other engines believed him. Percy looked at Thomas. "There really are monsters on Sodor. Tell them about the footprints you saw, Thomas." "I don't know what I saw," Thomas peeped, "but I don't think it was a monster." The next morning, Thomas saw James with a truck full of scrap where Percy had seen the monster. "James," Thomas peeped, "you made a monster out of scrap metal to scare Percy." "It was just a joke," James replied. "Not to Percy. You need to tell him what you did and apologize." The two engines split up to search for Percy. Thomas chugged all around Sodor looking for Percy. Suddenly, a terrible thought flew into his funnel. "Oh no," Thomas peeped. "I know where Percy is going." To see if Thomas is right, turn the book over and upside down and start reading. Thomas the Brave. The day passed quickly as Thomas and James searched for Percy. Night was falling as Percy rolled through the clay pits. He stopped when he reached the warning signs. "If I can find the footprints that Thomas saw, it will prove the monster is real," he thought. "Then everyone will know how brave I am." At that very moment, James rolled up. He started to apologize, but Percy interrupted him. "I'm braver than you'll ever be," Percy puffed. James didn't like Percy's attitude. "If you're so brave, why have you stopped at the danger signs?" "Being brave doesn't mean not being careful," Percy peeped. "That's what a scaredy engine would say." James puffed as he pushed past Percy and the signs. He rolled into the narrow gorge. The cliff walls were still drippy and loose from the landslide. "Oh, monster!" James called. Come out, wherever you are." Suddenly, James saw something in the moonlight. It had claws and teeth. "The monster!" James wheezed. He tried to back up, but the walls of the gorge began to rumble and tumble. "It's another landslide!" Percy peeped. "You have to go forward, James." The little green engine raced ahead to push James out of the way. Rocks hit Percy, and mud slid into his cab, and the big monster landed right in front of him. That was when Percy made a discovery. It wasn't a monster at all, but some sort of strange rock. The next day, Percy went to the steamworks for a good cleaning. He had lots of mud in his funnel and gears. While he was there, James and Thomas visited him. "I hope we're still friends," Thomas peeped. "Of course we are," Percy replied. "We all are." The 3 engines wheeshed and whistled happily. That afternoon, Thomas took some scientists to the clay pits. They were amazed by what Percy had found in the mud. "It's a dinosaur fossil," one scientist explained. "Fossils are what we call bones that have been in the ground for millions of years." So the monster was really a dinosaur from a long, long time ago. Thomas peeped in amazement. He couldn't wait to tell Percy. Soon, the dinosaur fossil was put on display in the Knapford town square. Excited families and curious engines came from all over the island of Sodor to see it. "A perfect specimen of a megalosaurus," exclaimed the Earl of Sodor. "How marvelous!" Sir Topham Hatt addressed the crowd. "Today was made possible by a very special engine. Percy is not only a really useful fossil hunter, but also one of the bravest engines on Sodor." The people clapped and cheered, and the engines blew their whistles, but Percy was nowhere to be seen. Percy was at Brendam Docks, saying goodbye to Gator. Gator's ship departed at last. As it steamed away, Thomas and James rolled up. "I guess you have to be brave to say goodbye to someone too," Percy peeped. "Did Gator say that?" Thomas asked. "No, but he did say something else wise," Percy puffed, and his friends rolled closer to hear. "I'll tell you later," Percy said. "Right now, let's give Gator a real Sodor farewell." The engines peeped and whistled as loudly as they could. They would all miss their friend, Gator. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Firebird. Ballerina Misty Copeland shows a young girl how to dance like the Firebird by Misty Copeland and Christopher Myers. The space between you and me is longer than forever. You are the sky and clouds and air. Your feet are swift as sunlight, stretching across the skyline like the day-long sun over the horizon. Me? I'm gray as rain, heavy as nap time, low as a storm pressing on rooftops. I could never hope to leap the space between. Before the curtain rises, before the spotlight falls, before the fireworks of costumes, before it all. I was a dancer, just like you, a dreaming shooting star of a girl with work and worlds ahead. There I am, sweating at the barre. I had 1,000 leaps and falls, switching worn-out slippers, swift as applause. Even birds must learn to fly like me. You'll grow steady and grace, spread an arabesque of wings and climb. Each position, 1 through 5, stair steps to the sky? That's right. You will soar, become a swan, a beauty, a firebird for sure. Soon, with the same practice, you'll join me in this dancing dream. In a pas de deux, a music box for two, We will wrap our hearts careful as ribbons on point shoes. We'll make the night sky our starry curtain, the moon our silver spotlight, as we spin across the planets, pirouetting tightly as the curls on our heads. Spinning wishes for new little ones we can't yet imagine. Then they will look to you in wonder, lighter than air and swift as sunlight, turning over the day and say, "The space between you and me is longer than forever, and I will show them that forever is not so far away." Dear reader, I was once a little girl searching for my voice. Quiet, scared, unique, yet alive and vibrant. I struggled, caught among 5 siblings, desperate to be noticed. I never felt that I fit in anywhere, not even at home, surrounded by my family. My discovery of movement became my saving grace. When I was introduced to ballet, it was like finding the missing piece to my puzzle. I danced my worries and fears away. The beauty of dance is being a part of something that is all of you, from creation to performance. You hold the power of your instrument. That instrument comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. That instrument is your body, soul, and heart. That instrument is you and me. But when I opened up ballet books, I didn't see myself. I saw an image of what a ballerina should be, and she wasn't me. Brown with tendrils sweeping her face. I needed to find me. This book is you and me. I want to expand the idea of beauty and art. Raven Wilkinson, African-American ballerina with the Ballet Russe de Moncarlo, and other amazing women took my hand and led me. Now it is my turn to lead others. This book is bringing my existence and non-existence as a young girl to life, showing other girls and boys that they're not alone. They too can find their voice, their wings, their missing piece. My hopes are that people will feel empowered to be whatever they want to be, to feel that they have no limits, just endless dreams that are reachable. No matter what that dream is, you have the power to make it come true with hard work and dedication, despite what you look like or struggle with. I hope to pave a more definitive path than the one that was there for me, but was just a little too hidden. I want to bring many with me to trace and create an even more vivid road of acceptance of yourself and from others. Join me. Sincerely yours, Misty Copeland. Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator. Frida by Jonah Winter, illustrated by Anna Wan. Frida enters the world. For little Frida, the world is Mexico. Her house is a blue house. It is in the town of Coyoacán. Frida's father is an artist and a photographer. He teaches her how to use a paintbrush. Frida's mother takes care of 6 daughters. Often she is tired. Often Frida is lonely, even though she has sisters. Enter stage left, Frida's imaginary friend. Her name is also Frida. They play games. All of a sudden, Frida falls very ill. She's in bed for months. There's something wrong with one of her legs. Even her imaginary friend can't cheer her. That's when Frida teaches herself how to draw. Drawing saves her from being sad. After Frida gets well, she still wants to make art, so she paints little paintings. They are copies of other paintings. Painting onto photographs is what Frida's father does for a living. He teaches her how to do this too. Frida also paints things she sees through a microscope. She loves looking at things very closely. At school, Frida studies science. She is bored. School is too easy. One day, Frida is riding the bus home from school. A horrible accident happens. A trolley runs into the bus. Frida almost dies. In the hospital, it is painting that saves her once again. Painting is like her imaginary friend. It is there whenever she wants it. It keeps her company. It keeps her from giving up hope. After the accident, life will never be the same for Frida. She will walk with a cane when she is able to walk. Her body will hurt, always. But Frida doesn't cry or complain. Instead of crying, she paints pictures of herself crying. When she can't leave her bed, she paints in bed. When her whole torso is put in a cast, she paints on the cast. Nothing can stop Frida from painting. Because she's so often alone, unable to leave her house, she has to use her imagination. She paints what she sees in her heart, on top of what she sees with her eyes. It's almost like painting on photographs. She paints little magical scenes with words at the bottom. All over Mexico, people paint these kinds of scenes. Sometimes they are scenes of accidents with angels coming to the rescue. They are like prayers for people who are sick. They are called ex votos. Frida paints ex votos of herself when she is sick or in pain. Frida imitates no one in her style. Her paintings are like nothing else. In museums, people still look at them and weep and sigh and smile. She turns her pain into something beautiful. It is like a miracle. Viva Frida! Long live Frida! Thanks for watching. Click subscribe. See you later, alligator.